breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now, Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one, get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1.
Good evening, Patriots, and welcome to N2 and Ed Henry the Briefing. As Rod Stewart might say, tonight's the night, as in Democrats completing their coup that kicked President Biden to the curb. The Democrat National Convention has just kicked off in Chicago. It will end Thursday with Kamala Harris being installed as their nominee without a single vote being cast for her in the primaries from a party that told us they were saving democracy, you see. Night one will be a primetime kiss bye-bye to Biden, who won't even stick around to see Kamala get the nod later this week. He's immediately flying to Southern California for a vacation. In fact, a U-Haul was spotted at the White House today, as in maybe they're getting his stuff out of there, as Kamala tries to make the case she's ready to run away from the unpopular things like runaway inflation and a broken border. But good luck with that. Some trouble might be brewing tonight for the vice president. You might call this the split screen convention. Far-left speeches from liberal luminaries like AOC and Hillary Clinton on the right there we will expect tonight from inside the arena, while on the left, far-left protesters further embarrassing Democrat leaders outside the arena. Breaking just moments ago, we're hearing the perimeter fence that was set up by law enforcement to separate the protesters. These are violent, in some cases anti-left protesters, some pro-Hamas protesters. The fencing there to separate them from the arena has been broken down. SWAT teams responding. You see some of those folks in riot gear. Then there are the Palestinian and rainbow LGBTQ flags flying side by side when, of course, Hamas has banned consensual same-sex conduct, and homosexual acts are punishable by up to 10 years in prison. Yet these young people hold up these signs. They don't even know what they're protesting sometimes. Even worse, there are reports of tens of thousands of Antifa anarchists arriving in Chicago to stir up ever more trouble. And today, protesters chanted things like free, free Palestine, and more disgustingly, quote, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That according to the Associated Press. Yes, that was the anti-Semitic chant, from the river to the sea, that led to Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, AOC's buddy in the squad, being censured formally by the full House because she actually tweeted it out. Democrat leaders did barely anything to stop that nastiness on college campuses, and now we've seen protesters turning their wrath, yes, on the Democrat nominee. Some holding signs over the weekend declaring killer Kamala because of the Biden-Harris administration's tepid support of Israel. It's not like they've been strong supporters of Israel. Then there's the spectacle outside the arena of Democrats actually offering up, yes, free abortions and vasectomies. My colleague Tom Basile said earlier this should be called the Population Control Convention. That's going to get a lot of attention. All of this may play into the hands of former President Donald Trump, who is going to try at least to counter-program the DNC every day this week, starting today with a speech on the economy at a steel plant in Battleground, Pennsylvania. His message, relatively crisp. He declared he handed Harris and Biden a pretty good economy, and they destroyed it by derailing American energy production and blowing out federal spending, which combined to pour gasoline on federal inflation. Watch.
With your vote, we will unleash explosive economic growth and vast new prosperity for all of our citizens. We will put more money into your pockets and create millions and millions of new jobs. We're going to do it like nobody else has ever been able to do it.
In fact, Kamala's far-left economic plan unveiled last week in Battleground, North Carolina, with price controls at the center, was too much for even the liberal Washington Post. Over the weekend, the Post ripped it in an editorial as a series of gimmicks that squandered a political opportunity and failed to meet the seriousness of this moment in American history. The Post editorializing, Ms. Harris says she'll target companies that make excessive profits, whatever that means. It's hard to see how groceries, a notoriously low-margin business, would qualify. Thankfully, this gambit by Ms. Harris has been met with almost instant skepticism, the Post wrote, with many critics citing Nixon's failed price controls in the 70s. Whether the Harris proposal wins over voters remains to be seen, but if sound economic analysis still matters, it won't. Ouch. Maybe the honeymoon is coming to a close because the backlash from the Post and others was so severe. Harris finally answered a couple of questions, imagine that, about her economic plan. She was so flustered, it seemed, she went back to some of the word salads.
The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools, again, return on investment.
Yeah, there'll be a return on investment. You heard that. New tonight, a Harris spokeswoman told NBC News she will push now for a tax increase on corporations, get it up to 28%. That's a 7% hike over the 21% rate that Mr. Trump put in place. Now, the Harris campaign is saying this is all about getting the rich to pay their fair share, the same rhetoric we've heard before. What would end up happening in many cases is corporations will pass the cost on to all of us as consumers. The point is, they're trying to sell Kamala as something new and different. But today, we got the first look at the DNC platform. It had no less than 19 references to, quote, Biden's second term, as in Joe Biden's second term, he will make the rich pay their fair share. Now, Democrat officials say that's because they approved it on July 16th when Joe was still the nominee, and I guess they haven't updated it. The point is, new boss may be same as the old boss, but maybe even worse, left-wing policies on steroids. Democrats tonight, though, will present a much different situation. They want to show that they're unified this week behind the vice president and a running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. At this convention that officially kicks off in a few moments, after, of course, President Biden dropped out of the race 29 days ago. Unity, the message. After all, they're at the United Center in Chicago, which is where we find our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen. James, good evening, sir.
Very smooth segue, Ed. Good evening to you and to our viewers. Aides say that President Biden is, quote, very excited ahead of what they are billing as a big night, certainly one of the largest audiences that he will have in the remainder of his term. The president and first lady and other members of the Biden family conducted a brief walkthrough of the United Center stage and tested the microphone at the lectern about 2 hours ago. This is the departure of the Bidens from the White House earlier today. Asked if this was a bittersweet moment, the president said it was a memorable moment. Asked about former President Trump's frequent declarations that he was overthrown in a coup in the Democratic Party, the incumbent said of his predecessor, his stability is still in question. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters aboard Air Force One en route to Chicago that Mr. Biden's speech tonight will alternate between touting the record of the Biden-Harris administration and drawing contrasts with the GOP ticket.
This is a fulfilling moment for him. He is eager to talk about the historic results he has delivered for the country alongside Vice President Harris. You can expect President Biden to continue to talk about this administration's accomplishments for working families and about the difference between an agenda that would move the country forward and one that would move it backward.
Vice President Harris and her husband arrived in the Windy City yesterday. They will be on hand here in the United Center tonight for her boss's speech, the formal passing of the baton to the next generation. A leading Democrat told reporters here in Chicago this morning that the president, in his speech, will make a strong case for the qualifications of his replacement atop the Democratic ticket.
What I will tell you is that I think what he's going to say, in part, is that he picked Kamala Harris to be his running mate because she was brilliant, because she had experience as a prosecutor, experience as an attorney general. She was an effective and forceful U.S. senator. So when he picked her to be a real governing partner. And then through the years, she was that governing partner.
Asked if President Biden is at all bothered by the fact that it won't be him receiving the Democratic Party's nomination here in Chicago this week, Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, said not at all, adding that the incumbent is in, quote, great spirits. Ed.
James Rosen, our chief White House correspondent, kicking it off. We're looking forward to having him all week long. James, thank you. We will also have a special tonight, by the way, from 9 p.m. Eastern to midnight Eastern. I'll be anchoring, but we'll have all kinds of great people, including our next guest, political analyst Mark Halperin. He's live on the floor of the DNC right now. He broke the story, of course, about Joe Biden stepping down several weeks ago. More importantly, he is known as the OG of guests right here at the Deuce. Mark, good evening. First of all, tell us about the passing of the torch tonight and what you expect, sir.
Okay. Well, Ed, just such an extraordinary moment. We all know, as a matter of fact, that Joe Biden is planning to extol his vice president. But think about just 2 months ago, when Joe Biden was privately telling people one of the many reasons he saw that would be impossible to step aside was he did not have confidence in his vice president to beat Donald Trump. And so tonight will be him convincing the country, or trying to convince the country. Whether he's actually convinced himself or not, who knows, but he can read a poll, he can understand. He couldn't fill an arena, as she regularly has now, with 10,000 plus people. There's something going on that Joe Biden didn't anticipate, and tonight he'll have a big crowd, but it will not be what he's thought of and dreamed about for his entire career, accepting in person the nomination of his party, which he wasn't able to do in 2020. It'll be to be the opening act of a woman he plucked from the Senate and elevated to her position where she could be president, and a much faster track, potentially, than he was able to do himself.
Well, and Mark, to your point, just a few weeks ago, he apparently did not think she was up to this task, obviously changed gears after pressure from Pelosi and others. And after she unveiled that economic plan late last week, she got a lot of static from the left. I want to play a clip that one of her surrogates had. The surrogate was on ABC News' streaming platform earlier today and talked about getting journalists to cover her policy proposals. Watch.
The more details you share, the more your policies are going to get picked apart. But she's saying, I trust the American people. I trust the journalists to explain these policies and our values to folks. And I think when that happens, it will be successful for Democrats.
As you know, it's not our job as journalists to explain her policies and her values. It's to scrutinize them and put them through the test. And this is a woman who has not submitted to one single interview since she's been elevated almost a month ago, Mark.
Well, one can look at her policy positions that she's swapped to and say, yeah, those are positions that people have. They're in general in line with the administration. But the failure for her to explain them herself, rather giving one speech from a teleprompter and having the rest of the positions laid out anonymously by unnamed aides, is not standard. This is not a standard campaign, though, and part of the challenge for Team Trump is the clock is ticking. Can she run this thing out without ever having to sit for an interview or explain? It's widely believed she will, but I continue to predict her first interview will be with Jen Psaki.
All right, we're going to hold you to that, and we'll see. But you led us perfectly to Team Trump. We heard the noise for a couple of weeks. He's not out there enough in battleground states. He's not talking about the issues. Well, he's talking about the economy and the border nonstop now. He was in Pennsylvania over the weekend for a rally, back in Pennsylvania today on the economy. Now, on one hand, I saw a fairly focused former president. He was talking about inflation, tax policy, jobs. But I was also, admittedly, Mark, during his remarks on N2, getting texts from Trump supporters, friends of mine, saying, why is he talking about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and the millions of dollars that the House Republicans, that's in the rearview mirror. He still goes down the rabbit holes. Where is he right now, Mark, in your estimation, in terms of getting back on message?
In terms of frequency of campaigning, the press won't let him win. If he doesn't campaign, they say, why isn't he campaigning? If he campaigns, they say he's campaigning too much. So I don't know that we should pay much attention to the question of frequency. On the question of substance, look, he spoke for less than an hour today. I got more than one text from Trump supporters saying, thank goodness, that's better than 90 minutes. The text itself was really one of the best speeches to satisfy those who want him to focus on the Biden-Harris record on the economy. He's going to deviate. Let Trump be Trump is not just a throwaway line. It's something that the campaign knows they have to accommodate to. There's a balance there. I actually thought the speech today was closer to the balance that he's going to end up with if he wants to win than most any other one I've heard for a while.
And Let Trump Be Trump, of course, was a best-selling book co-written by Corey Lewandowski, who's back. So what's your sense? The next big moment, obviously, after this convention is going to be a debate where Donald Trump will be able to confront Kamala Harris directly. Your final thought tonight?
Well, the debate's a big deal, but I think you're seeing the campaign now trying to come up with creative ways to make moments, like when he went to the train derailment. Some of the other things he did in winning the nomination. I think you're going to see some creativity and some attempts to have Trump create big moments leading up to the debate. But Ed, there's no doubt that debate is central to what happens in this race.
It certainly is. The last debate was central to this race, no doubt about it. Mark Halperin, we'll check in with you later during our live special. Appreciate your reporting as always, sir.
Thank you, Ed.
Still ahead this hour, we'll have a lot more on these protests. So far, it does not appear that it's gotten violent, though, as I noted at the top of the broadcast, these pro-Hamas protesters, among others, have pierced this fence that law enforcement had set up in order to prevent them from getting too close to the arena and all the dignitaries and delegates. So we're going to follow this breaking story. We're going to check in with our friends Tony Schaefer and Blaine Holt. We'll also check in with them on Secretary of State Antony Blinken now saying Israel has accepted a ceasefire deal brokered by America. Does that mean the war is any closer to being over? Are American and Israeli hostages any closer to getting out? Tony and Blaine on the protests and the war in Israel right after this.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the simple Heart Cure diet and meal plan. Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Don't mistake Nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order right now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-461-9848.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-461-9848. That's 800-461-9848.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Anti-Israel protests. There's probably other causes that they've got as well, but it's largely a pro-Hamas protest situation. One of those protesters disrupting the welcome party for delegates at the Navy Pier Ballroom in Chicago yesterday. The person running up to the stage, you can see yelling, "Free Palestine." The Instagram page Direct Action for Palestine posting the video with the caption, quote, "The DNC cannot party while there is a genocide in Gaza. Welcome to Hell Week." That's what they're calling it. Fellow Democrats trying to blow up their own convention. Also yesterday, police arresting 2 protesters for allegedly damaging property just 20 minutes away from where the convention is being held. Meanwhile, today, hundreds of pro-Hamas protesters far closer to the United Center, as you can see. And just moments ago, they appear to have breached part of the fencing that was set up to prevent them from getting any closer to the United Center. So this is a breaking story. You can see those live pictures now of at least one protester sitting atop that fencing with law enforcement on the other side. This is obviously a breaking story. We'll be checking in with our correspondent, John Huddy, throughout the evening. But for now, let's bring in National Security Advisor for former President Trump in the 2020 campaign, President of the London Center for Policy Research, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer, and U.S. Deputy Military Rep to NATO and Newsmax contributor Brigadier General Blaine Holt. They are taking on all enemies, foreign and, in this case, domestic. Gentlemen, welcome. Blaine, I want to start with you because I saw a lot of reporting over the weekend suggesting that there are tens of thousands of Antifa folks, and we know how violent they can get with GPS tracking, that they've already arrived in Chicago waiting to cause all kinds of problems. Your thoughts on what's really behind this, Blaine?
Yeah, the cocktail is nearly complete, and it's not a good one. You've got Antifa, and these people are paid. There are NGOs paying them with money that we have given those NGOs from the State Department, USAID. If we go into the bowels of the Inflation Reduction Act, a lot of the groups that benefited are the groups that these Antifa people are getting paid for. All they're doing is changing their costumes from 4 years ago and putting it on. What law enforcement ought to be doing, and I'm watching some of your B-roll, is when you have a clown that the DNC invented jump on the stage and try to disrupt things, why are you leaving his mask on? What entitlement to privacy at that point does he have? Take those masks off. They're not supposed to be there. Let's do some law enforcement. But it's even more dangerous because you have Mayor Johnson, who has taken in all those illegal Venezuelans that are on the south side of Chicago, 700,000 of them that are now in Chicago, and they can be a problem. So this DNC is probably the most perilous since '68, also in Chicago.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And gentlemen, if I interrupt you, it will only be to go to our senior correspondent, John Huddy. The communication, establishing it with them can get difficult. You can see some of these live pictures going in and out. There's a lot of people trying to report live from the scene there, and John's one of the best. So we may get to him in just a moment. Tony, your thoughts on what may be playing out, because I think there's a real potential here for, no matter what's going on inside the arena, for America to see what Kamala Harris's America would really be like. Let's remember, she bailed some folks out there who were involved in the BLM riots of 2020, Tony.
Right. So first point, Ed, is a very interesting one I want to add, is that a lot of the folks attending, that is Democrats, are being encouraged to attend an alias. Now think about that. Right. They themselves have created such fear amongst their own ranks. You can't be there in true name. That's telling. Secondly, regarding the overall situation, as you point out, John Huddy's trying to cover the breach. I think it's going to get worse. The Israeli protesters were showing up about an hour ago. So at this point, I don't know why we think somehow the combination of the Chicago police, who has literally a murder rate that you were safer in Afghanistan and Kabul during the war than you were in downtown Chicago during the time of that. And now DHS and Mayorkas, really? I mean,
right.
You know, at the best of times, these people are marginal. And at a time when they're going to be out trying to protect the Kamala Harris appointment, and remember, it's an appointment. She didn't win a single primary. This is all going to be pageantry that's going to be essentially surrounded by hell. That's the word that.
Well, they called it Hell Week, and pardon me, Tony, but I think we've established communications with John Huddy. Let's go to our senior correspondent if we can. We'll keep you guys standing by to react to this. But John, it sounds like this situation obviously is still developing. Go ahead, sir.
Well, it is. Yeah, they actually took down one of the barricades, the fencing here, which is like the non-scalable. We saw this outside the RNC. This is pretty typical, and they have it outside the United Center, which is just here in the distance. So a large contingent of the demonstrators here, the Coalition to March on the DNC, and then some of those splinter groups have marched to this park, Park 578. They started at Union Park, then they came here, Ed, and that's when it started to get a little more volatile. Throughout the day, it's been pretty calm. Even the superintendent of the Chicago PD, who I saw at Union Park, I did a quick interview with him, told me they have not had any issues. They weren't anticipating any issues. The problem are some of the more hardcore, those fringe, agitators that come to these protests, the Antifa types. That's what we're seeing. In fact, some of the people that have been throwing objects at the riot police, that have been tearing down these barricades, were some of the same guys that surrounded me earlier, one with a bullhorn shouting at me, harassing me. They spotted me in the crowd. They knew who I was. They know who I represent. And it got to a point where basically our security had to get me out of there, along with, believe it or not, the security and the safety folks that are working with the Coalition to March on the DNC came over and said, you got to go, it's getting too dangerous. So fast forward to the here and now. There is a group here. We saw some folks that were gathered up kind of on the hill, reaching into bags, pulling out liquid, putting on rubber gloves, putting on tear gas masks, that kind of thing, putting on helmets. So that's when we started seeing riot police coming in. We hear that another part of this group has gone to the other side of the United Center. So we're not seeing we're not seeing riots at this point, but there has been some volatility here, as you can hear some of the chants behind me, Ed.
Absolutely. Real quick, John, and we'll be checking in with you. Again, we have a live special here on N2, 9 p.m. Eastern to midnight. We'll be checking in with you, and we know it's been a long day for you, and it's going to be a long few days. There's been video circulating over the weekend of some of these protesters calling cops piggies and piggies get out. I don't even like to repeat things like that.
That's what we're hearing right now.
Where they're anti-police things. This is from a party that's talked about defunding the police. What else have you seen about respect or lack of respect for the blue?
Well, we're hearing that right now. We're hearing those same chants right now, and I'm being kind of careful because I don't want to put on, obviously when we were surrounded earlier, there was a lot of obscenities, a lot of foul languages you can imagine being shouted at us. And my point, talking to these guys who were harassing us, was that's why we're here. We're here to get your side. We're here to hear your viewpoint. But you have some. I talked to the spokesperson for the Coalition to March on the DNC about the event, about what they were expecting. But then you have those fringe elements. You have those, even professional protesters are the ones that really want to inflame the situation. They really want to antagonize not only the police, but the media as well. And you not only have the Coalition to March on the DNC, which is the main group that's organized this overall protest, but you have all these subgroups. You have people representing communist organizations, socialist organizations, climate activists, abortion rights activists. You have the hardcore pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah. In fact, I saw one guy in military fatigues who had the Hezbollah military patch on him, looking like he just came from battle in southern Lebanon on the front lines against Israel, Ed.
Incredible. John Huddy, great reporting as always. We'll check in with you in a little bit. Thank you, sir. All right. Let's bring back Blaine Holt and Tony Shaffer. Gentlemen, as promised, John Steller reporting. What are you seeing there in his reporting? What stands out for you, Blaine?
Yeah, so it's kind of the calm before the storm. I think when they start to see the sun go down, that's where the danger is going to really increase because, those masks don't provide 1,000% anonymity, but doing it in the dark with those masks on makes them super dangerous. I am very certain that the Chicago Police Department is doing all they can and has got as many reinforcements that they can. I'm a little surprised that I don't see any uniforms of the National Guard yet, and I hope that they're on standby and they're nearby because, like you said, Ed, with that many Antifa folks with malintent, the amount of illegals now that Mayor Johnson is entertaining in Chicago, this could become a very deadly cocktail very quickly. We can all disagree about the politics of the day. We can all disagree about where we're at as a nation. But what we eschew is this violence, and we wish everybody there at the DNC safety and a safe convention for their discourse.
Tony, your thoughts?
So there's an international aspect that's not being properly reported. That is the Blinken negotiations. That was a Hail Mary. And if you see the rhetoric from the White House, they've been talking about this ceasefire deal being eminently close. I guess it's close to Qatar or Egypt were the ones in combat with the Israelis, but they're not. Hamas answered today the so-called final agreement. They basically dusted off the July version and said, hey, we need to go with this. And Hamas attacked Tel Aviv. That's their answer. So why I'm saying this is linked is because this administration was trying hard to get something in place to say, see, we are actually on your side. Well, it didn't work. And to Blaine's point, I think that the nighttime hours over the next 3 days are going to be very, very telling. And I think that's why they were going so hard to get this peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement in place to try to stop some of the violence, and it didn't work.
Got it. 30 seconds to you, Blaine, specifically on Blinken suggesting today that they're getting closer to a ceasefire. It doesn't feel like that. Is this just them desperate to have some political win during the convention?
Yeah, and Tony put it best. It's a Hail Mary passed at best. None of the belligerents are interested in seeing an agreement through because for a variety of reasons. The big thing to watch, though, is Blinken is going to come home, and as soon as he does, then no one will feel deterred about increasing and escalating the war from Iran, the Houthis, Hezbollah. Hezbollah is running out of weapons fast because their weapons storage facilities are blowing up. So once Blinken's gone, it's going to get tougher in the Middle East.
Absolutely. We can see law enforcement on the right there lining up and moving a little bit as if they may be getting ready to react to more. So we'll stay on top of that. Blaine and Tony, we, as always, appreciate your sober and carefully thought through commentary. It's always very beneficial to our audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Coming up on the briefing, what do real Chicago voters think about the chaos at the DNC? You can see they've got some preparations there on the stage. Our Mike Carter, though, is in the Windy City, hitting the streets, getting reaction from real Americans.
Yeah, going to work is not going to be as safe as it usually is.
You know, the old thin blue line, it's going to be inadequate, I believe.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
We thought we had more time. No one was expecting my husband Dave to suffer from a heart attack in the middle of his workday. We didn't have life insurance, and on top of the grief, there were so many bills to pay.
My dad's name was David. He always talked about getting life insurance, but never did. And now, it's too late.
My dad, we like to call him Big Dave, just never woke up one Tuesday morning. The grief, the bills, I still can't believe my parents didn't have life insurance.
Don't be Dave, and don't wait until it's too late to get the life insurance coverage you need. The average funeral costs $10,000, and if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Don't let that happen. The phone lines are now open. Call now to get affordable life insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed.
Just call.
Call 800-294-4718.
If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam and no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week.
Just call.
Call 800-294-4718.
Your coverage begins as soon as your application is received. Don't wait until it's too late. Remember, don't be Dave. Call now. The call is absolutely free, and there is no obligation to enroll. Call right now. Acceptance is guaranteed. Call right now.
Call now.
Call 800-294-4718. That's 800-294-4718.
Welcome back. Another live look. You can see the DNC chair, as well as other officials, kicking it off officially. They're gaveling it into session there at the United Center in Chicago. So we'll hear some of the big speeches later tonight. We'll hear some pontificating. But what do real Americans think about this convention and the state of America under Biden and Harris? Our national correspondent Mike Carter has been talking to voters in the Windy City and has this report. Mike?
All eyes on Chicago as day one of the DNC begins. With 100,000 protesters expected to descend on the Windy City this week, 2,500 members of Chicago PD, bolstered by 500 officers from departments in Illinois and Wisconsin, on hand to keep the peace. But the convention begins after yet another violent weekend in Chicago saw 23 people shot, 5 fatally. So how do Chicagoans feel about the DNC being in their backyard? Let's find out.
Who's going to take care of the city in case, God forbid, something happens?
I took the week off. I'm just afraid that going to work is not going to be as safe as it usually is.
You know, the old thin blue line, it's going to be inadequate, I believe.
We have great police. I see them on the streets all the time, but how can they be where I'm going to be if they're all downtown?
Are you worried about protests getting out of hand here in Chicago this week?
Yes, I am, and I would stay away from Chicago, and so are my friends.
There's also the consideration of all the business that's lost because we have to shut down pretty much half of downtown.
I just think that there is going to be trouble. I'm hoping there won't be.
I work at a clinic near the city. Some of my clients, he canceled sessions today because of the convention going on. He said he didn't feel safe.
Is the story at the end of this week going to be what's happening outside of the building and not inside?
Oh, probably outside the building.
Think about the illegal immigration in this city. It's a sanctuary city. You think about the violent crime that takes place here. Democrats want the rest of the country to look like Chicago?
I would say so, yeah. Chicago's pretty much the epicenter of Democrat control.
It's not the party it used to be, and people have to realize and understand that.
The whole thing is just ridiculous. It's something that most Chicagoans do not want.
In Chicago, for Newsmax, I'm Mike Carter.
Mike, thank you. On the other side of the break, we're going to dive into a 300-page report that emerged from Washington. Live look there at the Capitol. The House Committees on Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means had a blistering report detailing all kinds of corrupt money that went into Joe Biden and his family from foreign countries, almost $30 million. They say it's grounds for impeachment. It's not the look that Democrats wanted on Joe Biden night tonight at the convention. We'll dig in on the findings, what the mainstream media won't tell you, right after this.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Hi, folks, Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone, and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-381-4294.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one, get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one, get one free offer goes away.
Welcome back. Live look, Capitol Hill tonight, where House Republicans, who remember months ago launched an impeachment inquiry into President Biden, have now issued a nearly 300-page report. It accuses the president of violating his oath of office as vice president by engaging in influence peddling schemes. It goes on to accuse the Biden-Harris administration of obstructing their congressional inquiry, and the president allegedly covering all of this up as the commander-in-chief. So for more on this developing story, let's go to our congressional correspondent, Kilmeny Dukert, for more details. Kilmeny?
President Biden will attempt to cement his political legacy when he addresses the Democratic National Convention this evening, but House Republicans have just rendered their judgment in a sprawling report issued by 3 powerful House committees. They suggest, quote, overwhelming evidence demonstrates that President Biden participated in a conspiracy to monetize his office of public trust to enrich his family. It claims the Biden family and its associates received $27 million in payments from foreign entities since 2014 and created a complicated web of companies to conceal those payments. It goes on to say the evidence uncovered in the committee's impeachment inquiry reflects a family selling the Biden brand around the world, with President Biden, the big guy, swooping in to seal the deal on speakerphones or in private dinners. The committee also cites several witnesses as saying Hunter Biden invoked his father in business dealings with Romanian, Chinese, Kazakhstani, and Ukrainian companies, resulting in millions of dollars flowing to the Biden family. The report states, based on the totality of evidence, it is inconceivable that President Biden didn't understand that he was taking part in an effort to enrich his family by abusing his office of public trust. The report has stopped short of formally recommending impeachment proceedings against President Biden, but by releasing this report, the House plans to evaluate next steps. Back to you.
Kilmany, interesting details, but scandal seems to be he's not going to be held accountable. Coming up, you see a live look at Chicago there. We'll take a look at more scandals, the scandalous history of the Democratic National Convention. Plus, Chicago's been under Democrat control for nearly a century. Could that be why there's so much crime and disarray? Details after this.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-461-9848.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-461-9848. That's 800-461-9848.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month, less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase, guaranteed. This is lifelong coverage that can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, guaranteed. And your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes. And it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. Call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
The city of Chicago has been under Democrat leadership for nearly 100 years. Wonder why they've got so many problems. President Biden says the Windy City is a great example of what Democrats can do. Really? Republicans say that's just the problem. After nearly a century, the Windy City is rife with soaring crime, high taxes, crippling debt, crumbling infrastructure, and a declining population. In fact, they have a border crisis there. Our own Tom Basile has more. Tom?
Republicans are quick to blame Chicago's historically liberal bent for many of its long-standing problems. William H. Thompson was the last Republican mayor, leaving office in 1931. After nearly 100 years of Democratic rule, Chicago is very racially segregated, according to the University of Chicago in 2023, and the safety gap between Chicago's black and white residents persists. Homicides are declining year over year, but still high, an average of 2 per day. Violent crime is still on the upswing in the years since the city's leftist mayor took office on a platform of defunding the police. Brendan Johnson has blamed an interesting Republican.
We had a chance 60 years ago to get at the root causes, and people mocked President Johnson, and we ended up with Richard Nixon.
Meanwhile, poverty rates in Chicago are higher than they were before the Democrats started the 1960s-era war on poverty. Just 9% of Chicago's black 8th graders are proficient in reading and 4% in math, according to a 2022 assessment. When asked about it, the Chicago Teachers Union president claimed academic testing is rooted in racism and worse.
Standardized tests are born out of the eugenics movement, and the eugenics movement has always sought to see black people as inferior.
The anti-Israel unrest targeting the city's and the state's Jews hit the worst level ever, according to the ADL, and the illegal immigrant crisis tested the sanctuary city's services. But local leaders found a way to blame others for that, too.
Thousands of migrants that are being shipped to Democratic-led cities with African-American mayors being piled on to underserved communities is unfair.
Sometimes the city didn't blame others. It just made the problem go away. The city actually moved a large homeless encampment to make way for the Democratic National Convention.
They moving us because they got the convention coming in, and they know they trying. They always want to keep the city looking nice for people that's coming in from another state.
President Biden saw Chicago as an example of Democrat values when he chose the city in April of last year to host the convention. Chicago is a great choice, he said in a statement at the time. Democrats will gather to showcase our historic progress, including building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not from the top down. At least that's the hope for Chicago as it passes the torch on to Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. For Newsmax, I'm Tom Basile.
History will be made at this week's Democratic National Convention, of course, in many ways, but in particular, the DNC has not lacked for headline-making moments over the years. Our John Gizzi takes a look at the history of the Democratic Convention.
To the Democratic National Convention finished voting. I am now officially the Democratic nominee.
As Democrats prepare for their national convention in Chicago, it is poignant to recall some of the developments from memorable Democratic conventions of the recent past.
Chicago is my kind of town.
For some of us with a long history of covering conventions, it's hard to believe the Democratic convention that truly shook the nation and changed the Democratic Party itself was also held in Chicago. That was 56 years ago. Protests against the Vietnam War grew violent, and Mayor Richard J. Daley laid down the law.
that an order be issued immediately under his signature to shoot to kill any arsonist or anyone with a Molotov cocktail in their hand in Chicago, to shoot to maim or cripple anyone looting any stores in our city.
The violent scenes broadcast from the streets of the Windy City were no doubt a factor in Democratic presidential nominee Hubert Humphrey narrowly losing the presidency in the fall. And by a very narrow margin, the convention created a commission that essentially took the choice of presidential nominees from party leaders and gave it to Democratic voters in the individual states. So Democratic nominations for president were decided primarily in the primaries. The convention since 1968 had some memorable oratory.
We are a people in a quandary about the present. We are a people in search of our future.
And some memorable moments.
America is the land where dreams can come true for all of us.
Use hope and imagination as weapons of survival and progress.
And it doesn't matter whether we are black or Hispanic or disabled or women.
And who could forget Al Gore and the kiss?
And I stand here tonight as my own man. And I want you to know me for who I truly am.
When it comes to oratory, Barack Obama has been the inarguable master. As a keynote speaker in 2004,
our pride is based on a very simple premise, summed up in a declaration made over 200 years ago. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
And then the Democratic nominee for president in 2008 and 12, he stole the proverbial show.
Because one of the things that we have to change in our politics is the idea that people cannot disagree without challenging each other's character and each other's patriotism. I'm no longer just a candidate. I'm the president.
Yes, Democrats do have some memorable moments from their conventions that were truly exciting to report on and to see. As to whether Kamala Harris or her running mate, Tim Walz, displays the same oratorical prowess, well, Newsmax will find out, as will all of the viewers. For Newsmax in Washington, D.C., I'm John Gizzi.
That does it for this edition of The Briefing, but keep it right here, Patriots. My friend Rick Leventhal is next, followed by David Harris Jr. They'll both be live, and then I'll be back live starting 9 p.m. Eastern with special coverage of the Democratic National Convention with all kinds of great reporters, other anchors, and analysts. Remember, if it's 6 o'clock, though.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in home ownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
With all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Good evening in the East, good afternoon out West, and happy Monday wherever you are. I'm Rick Leventhal, clean shaven. And this is the Leventhal Report. Today marks the beginning of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where delegates who weren't given any choice in who their nominee would be will be standing up to dutifully cast their ballots for the candidate they've been told to support. A candidate who still hasn't held a news conference or a single one-on-one interview or taken serious direct questions from voters since she was granted this honor 28 days ago. Although in fairness, she did spend 3 minutes answering a handful of questions yesterday. 3 minutes. Good job, Kamala. Can you imagine anyone else being named their party's candidate for president, completely avoiding the press for 4 weeks with less than 3 months till Election Day? Can you imagine the firestorm if Donald Trump ignored and avoided all reporters for 4 weeks? He'd be vilified and eviscerated by the mainstream media, which for the most part is still supporting Harris, even though she won't talk to them. But cracks are forming in her facade. Even anchors and commentators on CNN are starting to call her out for her dodging and lack of transparency, like this.
Mind if I cut in? I mean, you know, a campaign rally is not a press conference. Why hasn't she had a press conference? She's the vice president. She can handle the questions. Why not do it?
Harris should be ashamed of herself. She claims to be the people's candidate, running on a platform of joy. But she won't stand up and defend her lack of accomplishments as VP, won't allow anyone to challenge her on her extremely liberal positions of the past, won't answer critics on the absolute disaster at our southern border, and her inability to do anything to even try and slow the flow of criminals entering our nation. Harris is a hypocrite who deserves to be challenged on her open border insanity. She lives behind walls and fences with the highest level of security possible, but she doesn't want average Americans to enjoy the same protections. Why fence the border when she already has fences around her home? And of course, fences around the United Center, where the convention is being held. That's right, the party of inclusion, the party of freedom and open arms, has sealed off their precious event. You can't get into the DNC without proper credentials. But if you're a serial killer from Peru or Venezuela or anywhere else, you can come right into the United States. And guess what else authorities have done to protect the party that won't protect all of you? They close streets
and move the protesters blocks away to a couple of nearby parks. The demonstrators can march, but only on a designated route that might get them close enough to shout at delegates, but not actually interact with them. And Harris and the rest of the speakers can move safely in and out for the speeches where they'll talk about how happy everyone is and how great America is with them in charge, ignoring the inflation they've created, causing a dramatic spike in everything from groceries to gasoline to housing and pretty much everything else. And isn't it ironic that Harris and so many other Democrats who called for the defunding the police are enjoying the protection of thousands and thousands of local, state, and federal law enforcement, protecting their venue, protecting their travels, and keeping the general public far, far away from them at all times? Do they still want to defund the cops, protecting them? Or will they wait till after their convention is over? I guess we'll have to wait and find out. Meanwhile, one of the speakers tonight is our current president, Joe Biden, who, if he hadn't dropped his pursuit of a second term, would likely soon be facing impeachment proceedings. House Republicans issued a report today after a nearly year-long investigation accusing Biden of committing at least 2 offenses that would justify his impeachment, including abuse of power and obstruction of justice or obstruction of Congress, concealing a $27 million influence peddling racket. And that's a quote. Repeatedly interacting with his relatives' foreign business partners during his vice presidency, and they say, engaging in a far-reaching Justice Department cover-up. The committee's investigative work has revealed that the Biden family, with the full knowledge of President Biden, has engaged in a global influence peddling racket from which they made millions of dollars, and that's a quote. $27 million, they say. Now remember, their investigation found this all happened during Biden's vice presidency, well before he ran for president in 2020. And when hints of these violations and abuse of power rose during the campaign 4 years ago, the Democrats and their friends at Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and Instagram were able to shut it down, labeling all of it misinformation or a Russian plot or conspiracy theories, dismissing Hunter's laptop and the trove of evidence on it, and silencing any and all critics who dared write or post about the allegations. The House committee called it, quote, one of the most egregious abuses of power uncovered in the history of the United States. They say Joe Biden knowingly participated in the actual conspiracy to monetize his office of public trust to enrich his family during and after his time in the Obama administration. They say Biden spoke to foreign patrons on the phone and dined with them in exchange for the millions of dollars in payments. Think about that. This is our current president. This is Kamala's mentor and partner for the past 4 years, a guy the House says is dirty and a liar and should be removed from office, except he won't be because he's a lame duck and it's too late to pull it off. The White House is already dismissing the report, laughing it off, even though it's filled with actual evidence of specific meetings, phone calls, messages, and payments which flowed through shell companies in an elaborate scheme to hide it all. Good job, Joe. You managed to bury this for 4 years with blanket denials and attacks on the truth tellers. And your son has managed to dodge punishment all this time, too, and almost got away with it all with a slap on the wrist. But that likely won't happen now, as the evidence mounts. But what about Harris, who just might be the least transparent nominee for president we've seen in modern times? What will she say about her boss's alleged corruption? Probably nothing, since she won't sit or stand for actual questions. Now, to our top story. Anti-Israel and pro-choice protesters have descended from all over the nation to march outside the United Center, right where the DNC is taking place, or at least a few blocks away. Let's head to correspondent John Huddy, who joins us live from Chicago, where the protesters are in the streets and they're upset about something. John, what do you got?
He doesn't answer my call. Yeah, well, Rick, we've been here all day. We're in what's called Park 578, here just outside the United Center, which you can't really see it because we're kind of blocked by the trees, but which is several hundred yards behind me here. And there was just a line of riot police that had moved into the park because protesters who had marched from another nearby park came here. They started pushing in on the barricades. One group actually pulled one of the non-scalable barricades down. Others were throwing objects at the police, and then they brought in the riot police who moved in and cleared this park. That's the most volatile we've seen volatility throughout the day. You know, we've been here all day from early this morning. The crowds picked up. Basically all day as the coalition to march on the DNC basically organized this protest. That was the main group putting together this overall march and demonstration outside the United Center. But then there was a lot of subgroups and kind of splinter groups, everything from pro-communist organizations, socialist organizations, climate activists, anarchists, you name it. And then the more hardcore pro-Hamas, pro-Hezbollah contingent that was here as well. In fact, at one point, we got surrounded by a group of the protesters who spotted me in the crowd. They recognized me. They recognized Newsmax. They got on a bullhorn, started shouting us down, and we, due to security reasons, had to leave for a little while before then they started marching, and we marched with them here. So there's been some back and forth. We saw one protester looked like he was detained by police as he was not adhering to the orders to move back. At this point, Rick, I want to kind of walk over here out of the park. Most of the protesters have head back eastward towards Union Park, which is where all this started. There are about several thousand throughout the day, not a massive crowd of 20,000 to 100,000, but the Chicago PD and the superintendent of Chicago PD, who I spoke with earlier today, Department in conjunction with the U.S. Secret Service, was geared up, was planning for this for more than a year, so they were prepared for any scenario. Rick?
John, we were told there were some bold predictions for far more protesters. You're telling us the crowds are smaller than they were expected to be.
Yeah, a lot smaller. And I spoke with actually the spokesperson for the coalition to march on the DNC, who told me, sorry, I got some interference in my ear, who told me that he thinks the numbers will be throughout the week, that he was expecting a pretty sizable crowd today, but as far as that number of 100,000, he thinks these protests will continue not only today and not only Thursday, which is what the coalition to march on the DNC planned, but also pretty much every day throughout the DNC outside the United Center.
Oh, good. Something else to look forward to. John Honey, thanks so much for your report. Stay safe out there, my friend. Joining me now is President and Executive Editor for the Daily Signal, Rob Bluey, along with Democratic consultant, attorney, former Chief Counsel to the House Judiciary Committee, and Staff Director to the House Oversight Committee Democrats, Julian Epstein. Julian, you officially win the longest title award, so let's start with you. Let's talk about these protesters. Interesting how the left tries so hard to cater to their ideals, and yet their voter base is outside their convention, angry at the party that's desperate for their support. So how big of a deal is this opposition? Will this cost Harris the White House?
I don't think the protests at the convention are that big a deal because I think they can sort of cordon them off. I think what is a bigger deal is the failure of leadership by my party, the Democratic Party, of standing up to the pro-Hamas left. There really is this incredibly naive belief that many of them have that this is about a Palestinian homeland, a two-state solution. What's going on in the fight in Gaza has nothing to do with a two-state solution. Hamas has made it clear they're not interested in a two-state solution. Hamas is an army of Iran that is interested in nothing less than Islamic supremacy and a destruction of the West. They have made it clear that as a tactic, they understand and are okay with the idea of the destruction of Gaza and the death of Palestinians. So there is an incredible amount of naivete and propaganda that has been funded in many cases by overseas sources that the protest community, and you can determine this if you just go interview them, has no idea about what this dispute is about, has no idea that this is really a war with Iran and a war about a racist, Nazi Islamic supremacy ideology that Israel is fighting, and they're fighting in a very honorable way. And the reason there's so much naivete about that is because my party, the Democratic Party, starting from the president on down, has been too chicken to take on this issue in a more forthright way and explain to the American people what's really going on here.
Julian, I appreciate you having the courage to say that out loud and talk about the disconnect between these protesters and reality. Rob, to you now. Last week, Kamala Harris unveiled her economic plan and actually attempted to answer questions from reporters. This is probably why she's been hiding from the media when you listen to this.
The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools, again, return on investment.
Does this make sense to you, Rob?
No, Rick, that's what they call word salad. And that's exactly why Kamala Harris has probably been dodging those media interviews and is only committed to doing one debate, even though Donald Trump has offered her 3. I think that she recognizes that the more that she's out there talking about her policy proposals, it poses a risk and a threat to the rising poll numbers that she's seen because of the glowing media coverage. And so if she is out there articulating new ideas, sometimes old ideas, in this case, a socialist idea that isn't very popular with the American people, she runs the risk of damaging that reputation that has built up last month. I think this is precisely why Donald Trump needs to focus on the policy issues and paint a clear contrast of what he did in his 4 years in the White House versus what has happened over the last 3.5 years, which Kamala Harris is partly responsible for.
Julian, Biden's former chief of staff, Ron Klain, admitted to the New York Times that Kamala Harris basically failed as vice president. An article says, quoting him now, at the same time, he acknowledged that she was not always well served by the White House. This is a direct quote from Klain. We were all united behind the idea she should be successful. We just didn't find the path to do it. How is it that she's been able to transform her legacy without actually doing anything? And how do we know a Harris presidency, if it happens, won't be just a continuation of her failures as vice president?
Well, look, I agree she did not have an impressive track record as vice president. I think most unimpressive was when she was given questions in an unscripted environment and she sort of had to grasp for answers that nobody could ever understand what she was saying. There's one thing that she has figured out, which is that if she makes this a campaign of personality, she's likely to win because she's more young, she's sort of happier, she is sort of optimistic, she's sort of gotten that meme going. So if this is a campaign of personality, she wins. If it's a campaign on policy, I don't think the Democrats win because, you know, progressives make up about 6 to 10% of voters. The progressive, Biden campaign is a centrist, but he went left. And the economic policies of the Biden administration, as a Democrat, I say this, I don't think they've been successful, starting with the fact that most Americans have lost real income under the Biden administration. I don't think the American Rescue Plan was successful. And even if you look at the infrastructure and the CHIPS plans, the sort of the industrial planning, the jury's very out on that in terms of the number of jobs that have been produced, the sort of the failures of multiple parts of the green energy program, starting with EVs. I think the jury is really, really out on the things that they tag as success. But the bottom line is the American people, by a margin of 2 to 1, don't like the Biden economic policies. And I think Harris is doubling down on stupid, if you will, because I think she's gone further left. I don't think sort of, expanding the child tax credit 2 or 3 times. I think some of the other programs really is just too much. But Trump is making it easier for her because he's making it a campaign on personality.
Yeah, campaign of personality would be hilarious if it wasn't so sad. Rob Louie, I'm sorry Julian took all of your time. Thank you both. Thank you both for joining me. We'll see you again soon.
Sorry.
No worries, my friend. Coming up, we continue our live coverage of the Democratic National Convention. That's a live look there at the DNC in Chicago. We'll have key speakers expected to deliver remarks throughout the night. And we'll bring in Newsmax hosts John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza for a deep analysis of the events in Chicago when we come back. So stick around.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order. Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are states that were once considered blue wall states, meaning Democratic strongholds. Now both of those states are clear battlegrounds. Winning one or both of them could be the answer to winning the White House. That's why Vice President Kamala Harris was just in Pennsylvania on a bus tour and is headed to Wisconsin tomorrow for a campaign event. For more on this, let's go to our correspondent Leonardo Feldman, who is live in Milwaukee with more on this. Leonardo?
Vice President Kamala Harris is set to campaign at this arena that you see behind me here in Milwaukee tomorrow. This is actually the same venue where the Republican National Convention was held back in July. Harris may be coming to Wisconsin, but black voters in the state don't seem too happy with her. I want to show you an exchange that happened on ABC this week with a Wisconsin voter.
I'm leaning towards Trump.
And why is that?
A lot of the stuff Kamala says is kind of like what Trump has said, like no taxes on tips was something that was kind of reiterated by Trump beforehand. She's just kind of been caught up in a lot of lies.
And I spoke to a couple of black voters here in Milwaukee, and the sentiment was pretty similar.
I'm really not a Democrat at this point. You know, I like what Trump says. I don't care what people say about him. It's all about numbers to me. It's all about the wins, and I follow Trump. And good luck to the best one.
I am a Democrat, but again, you know, it's what's best for, you know, myself and my family and what, you know, for America. But, you know, so when it comes to politicians in general, I really don't how do you say, believe anything that they say until it happens. So it's just all talk.
Harris's visit to Wisconsin comes just after she went on a bus tour in western Pennsylvania this past Sunday. She kicked off the tour in Pittsburgh, then went on to Rochester and later to Aliquippa. She took a handful of questions from reporters, including one from a journalist who asked how she expects to pay for the economic policies she unveiled last week. That includes banning price gouging at grocery stores, giving $25,000 to first-time homeowners for their down payment, and providing a $6,000 child tax credit for parents with a newborn during their first year.
Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous.
And Harris is in Chicago today. She is expected to join President Joe Biden on the stage at the DNC tonight. Back to you.
Thanks for that. Our coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues now with our Newsmax A-team on Media Row at the United Center in Chicago. John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza, welcome to the Leventhal Report. Great to see you both. Bianca, you can start. John can chime in. I want to know how your experience has been so far at the DNC. Warm reception from the Democratic faithful there?
Yeah, they love us. They're so excited we're here. I specifically think they were really had to fight them off. No. In all reality, I think that, I think deep down inside, everyone here acknowledges that this is sort of a fantasy, that this is sort of a farce, that she was installed. And it's going to be a very delicate dance tonight for Joe Biden as they try to say how great he was, but not great enough to keep him at the top of the ticket. But our reception has been pretty calm here. But again, we're inside and outside. It's getting much more testy with those pro-Palestinian protesters.
Rick, I'll just give you one anecdote real quick. Just right before you came to us, the Education Secretary, Miguel Cardona, walked by and they looked at us and they tried, for a second he was trying to figure out who we were, and he realized who we were, and he kind of made some sort of like remark to his entourage. So, I mean, we have been treated fair, since we walked in, but there's definitely, I think, some thoughts about why we're here. Of course, we were here because we want to give our audience a real, fair display of what we're going to see this week at the Democratic National Convention. And we're going to hold these people to account. John, I just saw Hank Johnson walk by, too, and I've always wanted to ask him if Guam is really going to tip over if we send more U.S. military there. He's that congressman from the Atlanta area who one time in a congressional hearing asked aloud if Guam would tip over if we sent too many military assets to the island.
Yeah.
President Biden, of course, delivers his big speech tonight, and then he's leaving town for California. What do you guys think the reasoning is behind him coming and then going so quickly?
I think it's twofold. I think they want to distance him and his policies that are connected with Kamala Harris. They know that. So the sooner they usher him in and usher him out physically, I think they're trying to create that sort of separation. And also, I think for him, this was supposed to be his deal. He was the only one who could beat Donald Trump, remember? And I guess tonight he's going to talk about Trump being the threat to democracy. But I think the scheduling is very interesting. Joe Biden also lost all her relevancy. She's speaking tonight too, so she's probably going to enjoy that one last moment in the spotlight.
Right, and will there be any kind of visuals? We know they're going to get Joe Biden out of town, but will there be any kind of visuals, video release from backstage of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and Barack Obama all being together, the past, the current, and what they hope to be the future present? That would be an image you think that the DNC would want to get out there, but we've heard about all this division, all the backbiting, and bad feelings left behind, the bad blood left behind after Joe Biden was forced out. That's probably why they're going to get him out of town, just to get that out of here.
It's still simmering.
He's
still mad. Obama and Pelosi pushed him out.
I hadn't considered how awkward it might be. Harris, as you know, announced an economic policy. To me, it sounds like a vote purchase plan. Handing out subsidies like $6,000 for newborns and expanded child tax credits, $25,000 down payments for some first-time home buyers, relief from medical debt. It could all add up to $1.7 trillion to the deficit, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. Harris is claiming the plan will pay for itself eventually. Are you guys going to ask her about this at her news conference? When is her news conference, by the way?
Yeah, we're still waiting for that one. Yeah, it's never going to happen.
She was somewhat pressed on it, and she said it's an ROI, it's a return on investment. Someone fed her that talking point.
I think, you know, it's hard to get too bogged down in all the policies and the details of these things, because a lot of people's eyes gloss over, Rick, you know this. But I do think what we can talk about is the failure of the Harris campaign to anticipate how these policies, the scant policies that we have, would be received. You're going to come out and announce a price control scheme against grocery stores. Your number one supporter in the traditional press is the Washington Post, but you don't consider that the guy who owns your favorite newspaper also owns a grocery store. So then you have this blistering Washington Post op-ed come out and slam her for these policies. The other thing they announced, this raising the corporate tax rate, and the Non-Policy Tax Foundation has already come out and said this is the worst thing that you could do to the U.S. economy right now is raise the corporate tax rate, because that just trickles down and the consumer eventually has to pay for that. So every detail that she has rolled out yet has been panned by some of her friends in the media.
Yeah.
And, you know, we still see this bump in the polls. We're anticipating a bump in the polls after this convention. But I think that's still in question now, Rick, because she hasn't been able to actually land one of these policy proposals. And we have nothing at this point. We've had much more traditionally from presidents at this point of their campaigns than we've had from Kamala Harris.
Well,
It's killing
I
her
think what we're
vibe.
seeing is
The
how
more
difficult
policy
it
she
is.
talks about.
She's never run a business, and she's trying to create an economic plan. It sounds like comes from someone who's never run a business. I do want to play one last thing for you guys. It's sound from 2019 when Kamala, who was campaigning, said she was ready to steal intellectual property from people and make it government property. Listen to this.
I will snatch their patent so that we will take over. And yes, we can do that. Yes, we can do that. Yes, we can do that. It's the question is, do you have the will to do it? I have the will to do it.
I bet she does. Let's all get ready for socialism and communism. Is that the theme of this DNC?
I'll just say this, it's always in the eyes. That's one of those clips I talk about, Kamala's crazy eyes, when she gets her eyes real big. That I think is concerning. Once that clip starts to circulate, Rick, if enough people care to watch it, that's the type of thing that scares people. Where Kamala Harris feels bold enough where she can tell the government will just confiscate your patents. That's one of the most un-American things I've ever heard.
It's frightening, too, that the reality is that these people would, in fact, do these types of radical things if they were ever to come into power. And, you know, the media should be doing a better job, the legacy media. They should be being more thoughtful and pressing her and not just giving her this sort of pass here. I do think tonight we'll also hear from other folks who are in that socialist vibe. AOC is going to be here, and we can only imagine the types of talk that is going to be coming out of some of the speakers this evening here about what they want to do for the American worker, where everything has been hurting the American worker. How can they be trusted to fix everything that they have actually created this horrific experience under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
Bianca de la Garza, John Bachman, I'm glad you're there so I don't have to be. Thanks so much for joining the Leventhal Report. Coming up, we'll continue our live coverage of the Democratic National Convention with key speakers expected to deliver remarks throughout the night. We'll also look into how a Kamala Harris presidency might affect the Israel-Hamas war. Stay right here.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
When Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, fell on the 30th of April, 1975, America's long conflict there may have ended, but it took decades for the nation to heal its wounds. In 1973, President Nixon orchestrated the Paris Peace Accords, bringing to an end America's involvement in the Vietnam War. America's POWs returned home and all seemed well until March of 1975, when Senator Ted Kennedy led Congress in cutting off all aid to South Vietnam. Within weeks, Communist North Vietnam reneged on the peace accords and invaded their neighbors to the south. Without U.S. support, South Vietnam fell to the Communists, and throughout South Vietnam, a bloodbath ensued as hundreds of thousands of South Vietnamese who had backed the U.S. were massacred. empowered by the events in Vietnam. Communists in Laos and Cambodia soon toppled their pro-Western regimes, and Southeast Asia became a killing field, with the genocide of an additional 2 million people. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax, the Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. As tensions rise in the Middle East, the DNC is attempting to portray a party united behind its policies. But what about on the international stage? Will Harris abandon Biden's wishes so she can cater to a more progressive crowd? Foreign correspondent Alex Salvi joins us with more on this.
As vice president, Kamala Harris says that she and Joe Biden are in lockstep, but she's making it clear that if she was the one calling the shots, there would be some changes in U.S. foreign policy. The Democratic Party platform released on Sunday calls for a two-state solution with Palestinians and affirms Israel's right to defense. Harris publicly supports this position while calling for a lasting ceasefire between the two sides and the release of all hostages in Gaza.
But I will tell you that these conversations are ongoing and we are not giving up. And we are going to continue to work very hard on this. We got to get a ceasefire and we got to get those hostages out.
But Harris is showing a willingness to cater to the party's progressive wing, voicing a more sympathetic view to Palestinians, and already protesting in Chicago ahead of the Democratic National Convention. She was one of the earliest members of the Biden administration to call for a ceasefire, and publicly and privately takes a more critical stance against the actions of Israel and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It's an issue she wavers on, however, with her national security advisor this month saying she does not support a pause in military aid to Israel. As for Ukraine, Harris is vowing to continue the Biden administration's approach to Moscow's war by supporting Kyiv for as long as it takes. Russian President Vladimir Putin previously said that he preferred dealing with Biden than Trump, but the Kremlin so far is silent on Harris's candidacy. Harris, a sponsor in the Senate of the Green New Deal, says the climate will be a major factor in her decision-making and is poised to make the topic a bigger issue in her foreign policy if she's elected come November. Back to you.
For more, let's welcome in Trump's Deputy National Security Advisor for the Middle East and VP of National Security for the Heritage Foundation, Victoria Coates. Victoria, thanks so much for joining the Leventhal Report. I want your reaction to Alex's package on how world leaders see Harris's international policies.
Well, good to be with you, Rick. I mean, I think this is one of the starkest kind of contrasts that we have going in, we have a lot, but going into the election in November is how the vice president would approach the Israel portfolio versus how President Trump did. And we have these anniversaries coming up. On September 14th, we have the 5th anniversary of the Abraham Accords, an enduring series of peace deals between Muslim-majority countries and Israel that have survived for 5 years. And then on October 7th, we have, tragically, the anniversary of the worst terrorist attack on Israel's history from last year. And you can basically draw a straight line from the Biden-Harris approach to October 7th and the Trump approach to September 14th. And so if one wants peace and prosperity in the world, it seems to be a pretty clear choice. And I think most folks around the world, and particularly in the Middle East region, are looking at that record and making their choice accordingly.
Yeah, Victoria, it just strikes me that Harris might not have a whole lot of credibility worldwide. I mean, when Lester Holt asked her if she'd been to the border a couple years ago, she said, "I haven't been to Europe either." And I wonder how much she knows about world affairs, how read up she is, and how able and ready she is to jump in if we wind up in conflicts or potential conflicts with any number of foreign governments.
No, it's a real problem. And with President Biden, as debilitated as he may have been over the last couple of years, at least he had these relationships. He knew these countries. He had been to them many times. And the same thing with President Trump, to a much greater degree, where he had traveled extensively. He had strong networks of relationships, and people respect him. They actually fear him in many ways. He is a known quantity. But Vice President Harris has no experience with any of these things. I think her foray into the policy world with her first economic proposals, in which she basically embraced the kind of socialism we see in Nicolas Maduro's Venezuela, which I don't think any of us want to imitate. I don't think that's a good model. So she's being advised by a lot of people who were architects of the very bad Obama foreign policy, and I would just worry that we're going to get more of the same.
I wonder what your thoughts are on the attempts at a ceasefire or some sort of peace agreement in the Israel-Hamas situation. There was just a failed, I don't know, some kind of suicide bomber attack in Tel Aviv. It sounds like the bomb went off early, but it could have hurt or killed a large number of people, and Hamas has claimed responsibility. It doesn't sound like they're ready to stop this war, and I don't think Israel is either.
No, I mean, Hamas is in no way interested in peace. And for them, they want to keep stringing this out for as long as possible to create the most agony over the hostage situation. We've also had major Israeli strikes on Lebanon, on Hezbollah targets tonight. This is not calming down in any way, shape, or form. And when Secretary Blinken shows up for the 9th time since October 7th in Israel today and insists that now is the time, because I say so. This is the same rhetoric Vice President Harris used last month when Prime Minister Netanyahu was in Washington. They just insist now is the time. And it doesn't happen, and they look foolish and feckless because they can't get to a deal because there's no deal to be had. Hamas needs to lose. They need to admit they lost. They lost 50 years ago. But for sure, they're losing now. And if we give them a lifeline, if we try to preserve Hamas, I mean, we're just going to be back here again in a couple of years.
Well, Harris was asked over the weekend if Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was ready for a ceasefire, and this was her response.
I will not speak for him, but I will tell you that these conversations are ongoing and we are not giving up. And we are going to continue to work very hard on this. We got to get a ceasefire and we got to get those hostages out.
Well, that's got to inspire confidence, right, Victoria?
Well, I'm not going to speak for her, Rick, but I will say the people that I will speak for are Hamas, who can end this tomorrow. They can end this by laying down their arms, by demilitarizing Gaza, by committing to getting to some kind of peaceful resolution to this situation, which starts with them de-arming and admitting that they lost, suing for terms.
Well,
that's how this ends.
They could have stopped it before it started by not attacking Israel and murdering 1,000 people or taking 200 hostages. They could have stopped it by releasing every hostage the next day. They chose not to do that, and they brought this on themselves. Victoria Coates, we appreciate your time very much. Thank you so much. We stay with our live coverage of the Democratic National Convention now with border correspondent Jason Jones, who will be joining us with analysis on how our nation's border and drug crisis continues to get worse under the Biden-Harris administration. More live from the DNC in Chicago coming up.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report, a live look at Chicago, Illinois, where the DNC is underway. We'll be dipping in and out of coverage. There's a look right there. We'll bring you important speakers throughout the week, so you don't need to watch any other channel. You can just keep it right here. But for now, let's head back to the southern border, where more drugs are pouring into America every day, facilitated by our open border policies in part. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers announced the seizure of more than $653,000 worth of drugs like cocaine and heroin at the Del Rio port of entry, while large hauls of fentanyl are still getting smuggled in, ruining families' lives across the nation. Wonder if they'll talk about that at the DNC this week. Our border correspondent Jason Jones is talking about it from Austin, Texas. Jason?
The open border policies under Kamala Harris have triggered the largest border crisis in American history, fueling a second impact of deadly fentanyl across the United States. In Philadelphia, for example, the overdose deaths and drug-related crimes have surged to an all-time high, overwhelming emergency services and local health systems. For those urban streets in the tunnels of Las Vegas, for example, the crisis has spread, with authorities struggling to contain the influx of deadly drugs and manage the devastating effects on communities nationwide. We've come to the tunnels of Las Vegas to show a community that has gone underground and to show the impacts to the American public. Tony, how long have you been back here?
I've been back here now, I guess going on 6 years.
What are the drugs that you're seeing down in the tunnels, or at least here in Vegas, and what seems to be fentanyl?
Fentanyl's the devil.
How much is a pill here in Las Vegas?
I think they were getting them as low as 50 cents a piece.
Are they that cheap here?
I mean, if you know the right people.
For moms and dads and families out there that are watching this right now, what do you want them to know about fentanyl and this new drug epidemic that's hitting, that they just don't understand today? Because it's different today.
It's deadly. It's the most powerful thing that I've ever heard of or seen. I mean, it's deadly. I know 19 people personally in the last 24 months that have died. Now, that's a lot of people to personally.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know. I was looking at him down there. I wasn't even seeing you. You all right? What's up, man? Oh, yeah. Hang on, I got you. Okay, hang on. Where'd you cut? Let me see. There, right there. Right on around. All right, now wrap it. There you go. Wrap it hard.
Have you seen a major shift in the drug market here?
Fentanyl has taken over the entire heroin market completely.
When did that hit here, where you really started to see that, you think?
Maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Two and a half, 3 years ago?
Something like that, yeah. I've got a friend who was on heroin. I saw him maybe 6 months ago for the first time in a little while, and he goes, I only do fentanyl now. And I thought, how bad must that suck be if you can stop heroin cold turkey, no problem. The one thing that did surprise me, I was in San Diego and I got 3 different bags from 3 different dealers, and I had the test strips for fentanyl. They all 3 tested positive. But I could fill a theater with people who died from fentanyl that I know. It's bad. Look, 60 or 70% of homeless people have some type of mental handicap or disability. But just because you see one homeless person doing some crazy stuff doesn't mean that we're all crazy. A lot of us are decent people, so please treat us that way.
The Biden-Harris policies have been a disaster for the nation's national security and public safety. Since Vice President Harris has been named border czar, we have seen over 12 million encounters, if you include the 2 million known gotaways, but also over 100,000 Americans are dying annually from deadly fentanyl and other drugs pouring into this country from the Mexican cartels. One thing that is clear is that if these policies are allowed to continue, this nation will be changed forever, and Americans will lose lives at unprecedented levels. I'm Jason Jones with Newsmax.
Jason Jones, thanks very much for your report. You're taking a live look now outside the DNC in the streets of Chicago, where protesters and demonstrators and a whole bunch of people who are mad about something are yelling into microphones. And we'll bring you more of this and a whole lot more when we come back.
Somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Cars will break down, and when they do, it's too late. If your car's out of warranty, it leaves you with two choices: get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back. A billionaire in California is being accused of stealing sand. The charges come in a lawsuit against Milwaukee Brewers owner Mark Atancio, accusing the billionaire of digging up sand from a local public beach. I guess it's Atanasio. I never said that name before. He allegedly took the sand to fix a damaged seawall on his multi-million-dollar property. Photos of heavy excavators dredging up the beach are a bad look, but the MLB owner maintains his contractors followed all the rules. Hey, life's a beach. That's all the time we have for tonight's Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. Thanks so much for joining me. You're taking a live look now back inside the DNC. They'll be there, and so will we, all week, inside and outside the DNC, to bring you ongoing coverage of the most high-profile speakers inside and the demonstrations and trouble that may brew outside, where all those thousands of police officers and law enforcement are keeping the peace, so far not defunded. Keep it right here on Newsmax 2 and stay tuned now for David Harris Jr. and The Pulse. Have a great night, everybody.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Following the assassination of President William McKinley in September of 1901, Theodore Roosevelt, at age 43, became America's youngest president ever. Born on September 27, 1858, to a wealthy family of Dutch origin, Teddy, as the world would know him, overcame a sickly childhood with debilitating asthma by advocating a strenuous lifestyle. In 1876, he entered Harvard, joined the rowing team, and later graduated magna cum laude. Following graduation, he married Alice Hathaway. In 1881, Teddy joined the Republican Party and was elected to the New York State Assembly. Following the unexpected deaths of his wife, who died during childbirth, and his mother, both on Valentine's Day 1884, Roosevelt retreated to the seclusion of his Dakota ranch and soon became a cowboy. 2 years later, he would wed his childhood sweetheart, Edith Carroll. He had a monumental career in politics, serving as New York City's police commissioner and even Assistant Secretary of the Navy. During the Spanish-American War of 1898, Colonel Roosevelt volunteered and rode to fame as commander of the Rough Riders, defeating a larger force up the famed San Juan Hill in Cuba. By then, Roosevelt was a national hero. Returning from the war, he was quickly elected governor of New York and then picked by President McKinley to be his running mate in 1900. After President McKinley's death in 1901, now President Theodore Roosevelt became known for speaking softly but carrying a big stick, especially when it came to dealing with Japan and Germany's emergence on the world stage. His big stick turned out to be America's new modern and powerful Navy. He called it the Great White Fleet and had it tour across the globe. On the home front, he broke up the nation's trust, stamping out monopolies that sought to dominate America's business and political life. He also became the nation's first environmental crusader and was known for expanding our national parks and protecting over 150 million acres of forests. While serving as president from 1901 to 1909, he received the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts to end the Russian-Japanese War. Roosevelt didn't run for a third term, but left that for William Howard Taft. Taft won, but disappointed Roosevelt, who in 1912 decided to challenge his one-time friend under the Progressive or Bull Moose Party. Roosevelt lost and even suffered an assassination attempt in Milwaukee. Following that attempt, with a bullet still in his chest, he finished his speech without interruption before receiving needed medical attention. Theodore Teddy Roosevelt died in his sleep on January 6, 1919, one of America's most celebrated presidents. Today, he can be found among our greatest on Mount Rushmore. You're watching An American Life.
Convention for a game of Pin the Crown on the Donkey. We'll watch words of unwisdom from AOC and a deplorable speech from the wicked witch of the Northeast, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Got to brush my teeth after saying that. Plus, a rare public appearance from the commander-in-sleep, Joe Biden. How tall will he be tonight? With angry abortionists at the gate and queers for Palestine marching for misery, we'll take you inside the mobs of malcontents to hear from the Democrat Party's brainless base. And I'll give you my take on what it all means for the most important election of our lifetimes. All that and much more. The Pulse starts now.
Vote for America 2024. The Democratic National Convention.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, it's Queen Kamala's coronation week in the Democrat stronghold of Chicago. She's about to become the first major party candidate in modern history to be nominated for president without receiving a single primary vote. Up until now, Kamala has allowed the liberal media to campaign for her, refusing to hold a press conference or even outline any of her policies. But yesterday, a reporter finally did ask Kamala about her economic agenda, and she showed everyone why she's better off hiding from the media.
You unveiled some economic policies last week. Yeah. Can you explain how you're going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools, again, return on investment. I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment. When you are strengthening neighborhoods, strengthening communities, and in particular the economy of those communities, and investing in a broad-based economy, everybody benefits, and it pays for itself.
Can we just return Kamala to the clearance aisle where Joe Biden found her? I'm tired of her talking about return on investment. There is no return on anything that she's talking about. She's promising to fix the very economy that she broke. Friends, by implementing government price controls, that is a communist policy that's killed tens of millions of people by starvation in just the last century alone. So will the spectacle of this week's DNC be enough to distract voters from the incompetence of their party's nominee? We'll find out. Joining me now is former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign and my good friend, Hogan Gidley. Hogan, my brother, you know what? It's going to be an exciting week watching the DNC absolutely just fall apart, in my opinion. They're going to show on the world stage what they have to offer. Hogan, what do you think they have to offer the American people, their Democrat base?
More misery. More destruction. That's all they're selling right now. It's an interesting place for someone like Kamala Harris to be in. Because on the one hand, she's going to try to go up there and say, you're suffering. You're paying more for gas and groceries. The southern border is open. On the other hand, she's going to say, hey, on day one, I'm going to fix the economy. On day one, I'm going to fix the border. As if she didn't hold a position of power for the last 4 years from which to do any of those things. The problem is she did them on purpose. She opened the border on purpose. She ruined our economy on purpose. And now, on top of all of that, she's going to try and tell you, I got a plan to fix it, but I'm not going to do it now as the vice president. I'm going to make you suffer for another 5 months before I make it even worse on you. So it's a real bad place for her to be in. The American people understand the policies don't work. And I'm telling you, even though the polling is showing Trump with just slight leads, in a lot of these places, maybe even with Kamala Harris, I can't believe she's not up by 20 in all these states, considering the billions of dollars in free good press that the media have given her, not letting her answer a single question on her radical policies. I'm telling you, after this thing's over, it's going to come down to the issues that matter to the American people. And remember, David, Kamala Harris ranked 8th in popularity amongst black Democrat voters behind Bernie Sanders and fake Indian Elizabeth Warren. She is not well liked in the black community, and she is not well liked overall. The same media that tried to tell us Russia collusion was real and that the Hunter Biden laptop and the Ashley Biden diary were fake, same media that told us behind the scenes Joe Biden was actually running triathlons. He's got the bench press record in 10 states, is the same media that told us Kamala Harris needs to be off the ticket because she's really not good enough to be president. Now they're trying to tell us she's the best vice president we've ever had and she's going to be the best president. The whole thing is a joke, and the American people are going to find out sooner rather than later.
Hopefully they do find out sooner. Hopefully this week is very telling for anybody on the fence for independence. I mean, we got to understand the hardcore Democrats that are vote blue no matter who, they're pretty much not going anywhere except for the black community. As you pointed out, there is a shift taking place in the black community in this country of individuals that are saying, you know what? I'm going to be more of an independent thinker. I don't think this vote blue no matter who is actually going to work, especially when it's Kamala Harris that they want me to vote for. Are you seeing and hearing this shift like I am as well?
Absolutely. Everybody I talk to across all types of demographics are saying, wait a minute, we were stalwart Democrat in the bank supporters all the time. Now they're not. I mean, he's really close with independents. He's leading, actually, Donald Trump is with independents. He's at 41% amongst Hispanics. Whoever thought of that? Remember, the left said, oh, you want to close the southern border, you want to build a wall, you're never going to win Hispanics. The right even said that. Conservatives said, you can't do that. You have to leave the border open so our businesses can get cheap labor. Donald Trump said, no, we're going to focus on the American people first. His popularity in the Hispanic community shot up because it turns out they also want good paying jobs. They also want safe neighborhoods. And when you leave it open to drug cartels and gangs, it's a real problem. So there is no question that those demographics are seeing the results of the good policy, just like you talked about in the black community. He's polling somewhere around 17 to 22% in the black community, numbers that no one thought possible, way more than H.W. Bush, way more than Mitt Romney, way more than McCain, because he speaks honestly. And as I said, regardless of your race, religion, color, or creed, you want a good job, right? You want to make money. It's not about making history with your vote. It's about making money. And one candidate put more money in your pocket, and one candidate took more out. And the choice is clear.
Yeah, the choice is very clear. You know, it's also very interesting that the DNC is allowing and supporting basically Planned Parenthood to roll around in a bus to allow people to sign up to get an abortion on a bus in front of the DNC. I mean, if that doesn't just say we are the party of killing babies, I don't know what does. I don't know what their rule is. If it's up to the point of birth, we already know that's the Democrat platform, up to the point of birth. And Tim Walz actually signed bills for infanticide. After a baby's born, then if the mother doesn't want it, then just let it sit there and die. I mean, it is evil and abhorrent. That is just 100% wrong. I don't agree with it, abortion, period. But the fact that they're choosing the DNC to do this, allow this, and promote this, it should tell a lot of people exactly where they are.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because this is an issue where we lead on the economy. We lead on the southern border. We lead on crime. Abortion is one we're upside down by about 16 points. But with the pick of Tim Walz from Minnesota, someone who has implemented all the radical policies in a state that Kamala Harris wishes she could implement from the federal government, he's done everything. He has allowed for abortion up until the moment of birth. And as you said, at least 5 babies we know about, until he changed the criteria on how you actually measure it, at least 5 babies we know about were born and then killed after the fact, left to die from a botched abortion. 90% of the people in this country reject the Democrat position, which is abortion anytime, anywhere, any place up until the moment of birth, and they want you to pay for it. Republicans have been given a gift here on this issue to expose the radical left. And this is a party, the Democrats, that went from safe, legal, and rare to anytime, anywhere, up until the moment of birth and after, they want you to pay for it, to a free abortion truck out in front of its convention. You want to talk about couples, single parent mothers having to make a consequential decision and then cheering about it at the Democrat convention in some kind of perverse celebration. It is very, very difficult, I think, for a majority of mainstream America to wrap their arms around.
I hope so. I hope so. And I got about 45 seconds left, Hogan. I want to toss this to you. What about vasectomies? I think it's hilarious that they're offering vasectomies to anybody at the DNC. I mean, that's snipping the tubes. They can't procreate. I kind of like that one. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of Republicans be like, hey, look, that means fewer Democrats. That's fine with us. Also, I am sure there are beta males lined up around the corner for that bus over there at the Democrat National Convention. It really is telling, though, about how far they have fallen as a party to be so radical on so many issues and think it's going to play well. I'm telling you, we got a condensed time frame, but we have to begin to expose their positions. The more people know, the less they like Kamala Harris, who is more radical than Joe Biden and less likable.
Yeah, she absolutely is. As you said, was 8% with the black community. She was, I think, close to dead last in the DNC in 2020. It's shocking to me that this is the best that the Democrats had to throw up against President Donald J. Trump. Hogan Gidley, my brother, thank you so much for joining us this evening, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks, man. Great seeing you.
Coming up, we go live to the floor of the DNC in Chicago with Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman. Stay with us, friends. We are back.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen, give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, the polls show that President Trump and Queen Kamala Harris, they're neck and neck in the 2024 presidential race. But when it comes to the issues that matter the most to voters, everyone agrees they'd rather have President Trump in charge. In a new ABC poll, voters preferred President Trump over Kamala Harris on the economy by 46% to 37%. On inflation, President Trump leads 54% to 36%. On immigration, President Trump leads again 46% to 36%. On crime and safety, President Trump leads 42% to 39%. And on the Israel-Hamas war, voters prefer President Trump 38% to 33%. So what in the world do the Democrats have to be joyful about if even their own voters trust President Trump over their communist queen? To find out, let's go live to the floor of the Democrat National Convention with the host of John Bachman Now, John Bachman, and Newsline and Newswire host Bianca de la Garza. John, Bianca, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Tell us, what are you feeling and sensing there at the DNC? What's going on?
Well, we are all looking forward to hear how Joe Biden walks this sort of interesting evening, as this was supposed to be his celebration. This was supposed to be his ticket, and now it's her coronation party. And, you know, those polls are fascinating here. Those are the key issues, and the key issues that matter to Americans. But if, you listen to Kamala Harris pushing supermarket price control and, these socialist policies that will drag down Americans, it's hard to understand why they continue to have these policy failures if they really think they're going to be successful. Everything has been a fail that they've rolled out policy-wise. So they got to go with vibes, John.
That's all they got to go with. And also there's an interesting kind of visual happening right now, David, where you look outside the convention, you look at the helicopter footage of the protests taking place. There seems to be a lot more people outside the convention in those protests than there are inside the convention, at least at the start. They were not, everyone wasn't here seated when they banged in the gavel to get everything underway. There are also some notable difference, too, from what we saw at the Republican National Convention as well. You know, they have gender-neutral bathrooms here. They're making a big deal about that.
How was it, by the way?
I stayed in the men's bathroom. Thank you very much. And also they have this, I think it's a retrofitted Oscar Mayer Wienermobile where you can go get a vasectomy for free and also get an emergency abortion just in case. And that's just, it's just a completely different vibe here. But you were talking about the polling too, which I also think is, if you really drill down at some of these numbers and you compare where things stand right now with Donald Trump, his favorability, his inroads that he's made with minority voters, with women voters, with men voters, they are in a much better position now polling-wise than they were in 2016 or in 2020, and it's not even close to where they were. You know, Democrats want to project this image like everything's great. Kamala Harris has defeated Donald Trump. She's now going to win because she has a lead in these poll states, in these swing states. But you show those polls, you talk about the issues, and you talk about the advances that Donald Trump has made. Yeah, he might be behind in the polls right now, but this is not a popular vote. This is an electoral college type of situation. And I'm not saying he's going to win, but just statistically, where things stand right now, Donald Trump is in a much better position than he was in 2020 or 2016.
And let's face it, too. She walks into that Sheetz store. They cleared it out for her, David. And she talks about grabbing some Doritos. And it's really so cringeworthy. Her sit down with Walz talking about white men tacos and Bruce Springsteen. These are cringeworthy moments. She's just not a very relatable person compared to Donald Trump, who can go out and speak to anybody, whether it be a Chick-fil-A or a huge rally in the Bronx. So I think the pulse of the people, even here in Chicago, our Mike Carter was speaking to voters, and they're like, Kamala's just ripping off like no tax on tips. They think she's a bit of a fraud, and I think we're starting to see some of that glimmer come off her as she's starting to be pressed on some of her policies. Can't explain how she'd pay for anything. Just goes into this weird sort of 1 minute, speech on ROI, return on investment. I mean, you don't have to be an economist to know that, no, this is pumping more money that we cannot afford these policies. Right. There's no return on investment here.
And again, you're not going to hear this from any of the attendees here, David, but there is sort of a narrative developing on Kamala Harris's failure to launch. There are real questions about her vice presidential pick, her first real executive decision that she made as the Democratic nominee. Tim Walz, when she could have gone with Josh Shapiro, a guy who, quite frankly, scared a lot more Republicans than Tim Walz does. She starts to roll out her policy just bit by bit, drip by drip, but her policies now are getting panned by normal media allies. The Washington Post panned her whole entire price-fixing scheme for grocery stores. You think about these things. Your number one supporter in the legacy media, if you're Kamala Harris, is the Washington Post. You don't roll out a policy proposal that's going to offend the guy that owns the Washington Post, who just so happens to also own a grocery store. That's Jeff Bezos. These are the things they're not thinking through. And while things might be great polling-wise, or at least they're telling us they're great polling-wise for Kamala Harris, there are some real signs that there is trouble inside the camp.
And tonight, of course, it'll be AOC, followed by Hillary Rodham Clinton, and then it'll be Ashley Biden. We have not seen Hunter Biden, and then Jill and Joe will take the stage. So pretty fascinating night one lineup ahead for us. And we know that it's going to be a very historic week as they sort of put on this fantasy of unity here. But nothing is quite as it seems here in the United Center here in Chicago, for sure.
And David, I don't know about you, but I haven't been getting my Kamala Harris word salad greens in lately. But she did give us some opportunities. She's been talking about this thing. They tested this somehow, the duality of democracy. But what I've been telling her, there's a duality of reality here at this convention. What's going on inside the building here, like Bianca said, is sort of like an amusement park, a fantasy land. It's the happiest place on earth right now for Democrats. But outside, the reality of their policies, everybody knows it. There was 25 shootings in Chicago just this past weekend. 4 people died. And you see the hate and the vitriol. Some of the videos you're seeing of these protesters, the things they're saying to the police officers. Democrats don't want you to have ID to vote, but you got to have ID to get in here. They don't like the police, but they have called in additional police to keep this area secure. And they don't like walls, but they build a whole entire barrier around this area so nobody can get in. there's just so much hypocrisy about this whole event. That's
exactly, and that's what I was starting to think while you were describing that. And we'll see that again tonight when they're just sort of, you know, emoting all this love for Joe Biden. It really is non-existent. They wanted to stay in power. Joe Biden wasn't going to get it across the finish line, so they booted him and put Kamala in. They don't love Joe Biden. They love power. They love control, and they want to tear down the fabric of our society. Literally.
They want to fake it till Kamala Harris makes it, and she's not making it right, you know, right now. I mean, she might be making some inroads, and again, I acknowledge you can see the bump in the polls, and there might be a post-convention bump for Kamala Harris, as there normally is. But there's real questions about the sustainability of that data.
Come September 10th, we'll see her on a debate stage. Things could be very different than this party here inside this center for sure.
That's really telling, all of it. I hope the hypocrisy of the Democrat National Convention, having a lot of police, having the wall, having the barriers, yet being against all those very same things for the American people, I hope that rings true to voters and especially independents. I know also earlier today the Democrats released their brand new party platform, which mistakenly included 19 references to Joe Biden's second term instead of their current candidate, Kamala Harris. John and Bianca, are you also seeing signs of that kind of incompetence and disorganization inside the convention?
Think about it, David. You just need 2 buttons. Control F, and you can find Joe Biden's name throughout the document. And nobody took the time to go through Joe Biden's platform and hit Control F. And I haven't had a chance to read the whole entire thing, but there's some crazy stuff on this platform. Maybe the most radical amnesty plan you've ever heard of that could ultimately give amnesty to human traffickers, drug cartels. They want to legalize everything down the border, apparently, if you believe what's in this platform.
But that's the thing, when they roll it out and people actually read it and say, wait, that's not good for the American worker, like the price controls, and when they roll out the things about the 28%, you know, corporate tax, or they're going to snatch, she said literally, I'm going to snatch patents, then what they do is say, oh, well, we really didn't mean that. That's sort of just, don't believe that. Because they know ultimately that people can't get behind that. People, once they start lifting up the curtain, they start to realize these are socialist policies here. So they want to go after Project 2025, but if you, like you said, dig into what they want to do.
The actual Democrats' platform is way more radical than what Democrats claim Project 2025 to be. It is so far and above and beyond anything that they claim.
They're kind of masters at projection, though. You know, that psychological term.
It's the old Saul Alinsky rules for radicals.
Yes.
Accuse your opponent of exactly what you are doing, and that's what Democrats are good at.
And they're skilled at that. We have to realize that. But Americans are so smart, and I know the ones watching Newsmax are really awake, they're enlightened, they're engaged. They just have to keep talking, you know, to the folks out there and let them see exactly what is going on, because you're right, they're doing the long game, and this is an election you cannot sit on the sidelines.
It's absolutely correct, and that's why I'm constantly reminding our viewers to share with their friends, because they're not going to hear what you guys are sharing. If their friends are watching CNN or MSNBC or CBS or ABC, they're not going to hear this kind of stuff that you're talking about. They're going to hear the sugar-coated reality of the dreamland that you guys are describing. John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza, thank you guys so much. We will see you later on tonight for more live coverage from the Democrat National Convention.
David, thank you. Pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, guys. Coming up, the elusive Joe Biden. He's speaking to a crowd who kicked him to the curb. Will he lash out at his ousters, or will he play the perfect puppet? I'll tell you what I think when we come back.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, Joe Biden has arrived in Chicago to surrender his candidacy to the cackling communist Kamala. He'll be speaking to a crowd of his biggest betrayers in less than just 2 hours after an introduction by his nurse, Jill. We'll carry it all right here on N2. But the commander-in-chief, he won't be sticking around for the rest of the snooze fest. Reports indicate that Joe Biden will leave the convention tonight and will not be present for Kamala Harris's acceptance speech on Thursday. So why would he stick around? Is he angry about being replaced, or is he just sick and tired of hearing about the passage of time? We'll have to find that out. Joining me now is the man who first broke the news to the world that Joe Biden would be stepping down from the 2024 presidential ticket, political analyst Mark Halperin. Mark, thank you for joining us. I know you're live right there at the DNC. What's your guess? You think Joe Biden is just sick and tired of hearing Kamala talk, or do you think he is already past his bedtime and he's barely going to make it through tonight? What are we going to hear from Joe, do you think?
He's the opening act. He's like the Roaches opening for Diana Ross. He's just going to do his thing and go to California and watch it on TV where he can stay up late.
That's probably going to be about all we're going to get from Joe. What's the energy like in there? We just heard from John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza that it feels like it's like a dreamland. People are just trying to be happy about things. Kamala is losing to President Trump in several of the main issues that actually matter to Americans. There's an abortion bus driving around outside offering free abortions and vasectomies, which is a little bit different. I'm not for abortions, but hey, if you want to snip your ability to have kids and procreate and bring them into your democratic playland world, then that's your prerogative. But what are you sensing in there? What's it like to be inside the DNC right now?
I mean, I'd love to be in a parallel universe where this was the Biden convention because I can tell you that would be a lot different. This is a group of people who are alternately relieved and excited. They recognize now that they've got a chance to win a race that just a month ago seemed out of reach for them. So I've never been to back-to-back conventions where both sides thought they were going to win. Usually one side sustains through the summer. There's a group of people that feel very much like the folks in Milwaukee felt. They feel like they've got the winning hand.
They think they have the winning hand. And, you know, again, to their credit, Kamala is newly coronated, right? She didn't have to go through the months and months of campaigning and speeches and talking to reporters. She just gets to hop on, be the nominee for president for the Democrats, and she still actually hasn't even held an actual press conference. She answered one question, I think, last night to a reporter, but it's kind of like she's running from the basement, which it seemed like Joe Biden did in 2020, and then he won. However you decide he won, he still became the president. So they think they're going to pull this out, do they?
Look, it's like, I hate to use a sports metaphor, but I will. It's like skipping the preseason, skipping the regular season, skipping the opening round to the playoffs, and just showing up and playing in the Super Bowl. Nice work if you can get it.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what Kamala's doing. Have you ran into anybody there that's actually been talking about that? Is there anybody that's upset that Joe Biden isn't the nominee, that nobody there actually voted for Kamala? She never received one primary vote, and yet that's who they have to vote for, and who the Democrats are basically saying, if you don't vote for Kamala, then you ain't a Democrat?
Nobody stepped forward to challenge her. She snatched the nomination up in less than a day, and this group of people is united by one thing: desire to beat Donald Trump. She's the vehicle. They're all on board for that.
So that is their agenda, period. It's just beat Donald Trump by any means necessary. And, you know, I'm sure they're going to get pretty creative. But her policies, they're being slammed pretty hard, even by WAPO, with her coming out saying that she wants to institute a price regulatory policy and try to stop price gouging, however she decides to determine that later. It's socialism, it's communism. It's been tried and failed miserably before. Is anybody talking about that there, or is everything just lovey-dovey, we're going to win, go Kamala?
Lovey-dovey, we're going to win, go Kamala. I think if they could take that policy back, they might, because it's been pretty widely panned, as you said, including by some of her allies. But they know they need to do a little bit of press, a little bit of policy, a little bit of openness, but as little as possible.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to continue to get all the way up until November 5th, is probably just as little as possible, and hope enough people missed anything that they may be able to object to not vote for her. What are you expecting to hear from any of the other speakers tonight? I know you know the lineup. Are you excited to hear from anybody, or are you interested really in one speaker or another on what they're going to say at this convention tonight?
You know, I've covered Hillary Clinton since 1991. I'm super interested in her speech because I think she's going to cut loose. I think it's going to be a speech unlike she's ever given on a stage like this. She doesn't care anymore whether people think she's likable enough. I think she's going to go hard in praising Kamala Harris and hard at Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's been pretty much her MO. Maybe she'll drop a new basket of deplorables on the rest of the people on the country tonight, in trying to really bring some division, more division between the American people. Anybody else? I think AOC speaking tonight. Are you excited to hear from her?
Always. Always. I mean, this is the biggest speech of her life so far, and she is a red light performer. As we know, sometimes when she gives speeches, she gives in to a little bit of exuberance. So I'll be curious to see tonight if she's got her game in order, or she just cuts loose in a way that may seem a little reckless.
Yeah, it's definitely the biggest of her career tonight. And I mean, again, from bartender to, you know, Congress to, you know, championing Kamala Harris, it doesn't get much better than that from AOC from the Bronx. And I hear them cheering there. Who's getting ready to come out? Somebody coming out? I think we're waiting for Kathy Hochul. Is she coming out now?
No, there's a Michigan State Senator, Mallory McMorrow, who has become kind of a national celebrity, talking about abortion and Project 2025, and the crowd knows who she is thanks to social media.
So they're still there pushing the lie. Project 2025 is Donald Trump's, and even though he's come out and said that he has nothing to do with it, he didn't know anything about it, they're still trying to pin that on President Trump and just hope that the viewers there and the listeners don't know any better?
I was skeptical about this as an issue, but I will tell you, every Democrat I talk to all over the country, they've heard of it. They can't tell you much about it, except they're all convinced it's a secret Trump plot to destroy America. So you can laugh at it, I can laugh at it, but I'm telling you, it energizes Democrats. I don't remember anything ever on either side like this in the past, but they all talk about it.
That's so interesting that literally they are pushing and promoting, kind of like there's very fine people on both sides that Joe still tries to blame for Trump, even though even liberal Snopes has completely refuted that. They're pushing a lie, and they just hope their people believe it in order to give them victory. Does that pretty much sum it up?
I mean, you got to give them credit. They figured out some shorthand phrase that Democrats know and latch onto. And as you know, politics is about emotion more than anything else, more than the ideas, more than the truth even. And they found a hot button with this thing, again, much to my surprise.
Wow. All right, Mark Halperin, thank you so much for joining us this evening, brother. Appreciate you and enjoy your time there at the DNC.
Always good to see you. Thank you, man.
Thanks, brother. Coming up, the circus on the street. Free abortions in a bus outside the DNC, and the LGBT mafia, friends, they are protesting for the hate group Hamas. It's like cows cheering for McDonald's. I'll tell you why the Democrats actually enjoy this kind of chaos next.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Go ahead. Make my day.
Before becoming a household name, as a young soldier, he was on board an Army aircraft that crashed into the ocean off California. In the dead of night, using a raft and his training as a professional lifeguard, he and the surviving pilot swam over 2 miles to safety. Clinton Eastwood, Jr. was born in San Francisco on May 31st, 1930. With a birth weight of 11 pounds 6 ounces, his nurses nicknamed him Samson. Little Clint was no ordinary child. He is a descendant of Plymouth Colony's first governor, William Bradford, and also said to be a descendant of Charlemagne, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire.
I don't think it's nice you laughing.
In a career spanning over 6 decades, the entertainment legend would gain recognition as an actor, producer, director, musician, and even politician after being elected mayor of Carmel, California. His early acting years were unimpressive, but all that changed in 1958 when Eastwood was cast as Rowdy Yates in the TV series Rawhide. When the series ended, his career rocketed to international status when he starred in the spaghetti western A Fistful of Dollars. A box office success, it was followed by For a Few Dollars More and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. He became the 1970s biggest male box office star with his Dirty Harry franchise, playing a tough San Francisco detective who wouldn't play by the rules.
I know what you're thinking. Did he fire 6 shots or only 5?
Clint's creative ability was broad, and soon he showed it directing movies. First with Play Misty for Me. Made for only $750,000, it earned the studio just under $11 million. Clint Eastwood's directing career had begun. Nominated 11 times, Eastwood has won 4 Oscars: Best Director for Unforgiven, Best Picture for American Sniper, and Best Director and Best Picture for $1 Million Baby. Clint also played a cameo in the 2012 Republican Convention, stealing the spotlight from nominee Mitt Romney as he took on an empty chair. Few have had such a remarkable life so far. Clint Eastwood has written the musical scores for 8 films, appeared in over 200 television shows, acted in 64 pictures, directed another 40, and produced 25 features. And he's not finished yet. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, the Democrats' voter base is revolting. I'm not just talking about their green hair and nose rings. No, the queers for Palestine and other walking contradictions are marching in mobs towards the DNC. Some groups, they've already breached the barriers and pushed police to spread their message of mischief. But what do they actually want? Newsmax's senior correspondent, John Huddy, is on the ground right now in Chicago. John, what are you seeing out there? We're hearing a whole lot of craziness, chaos, and other nonsense. What could you tell us from being at the DNC?
Yeah, David, we're at what's called Union Park, and this is where the protest started today, the protest that was organized by the coalition to march on the DNC. And then a couple hours ago, the several thousand protesters then marched to another park called Park 578, which is within a couple hundred yards of the United Center. And that's where things definitely got volatile. That's where the protesters, some of the more hardcore agitators, took out actually a section of the non-scalable fencing that basically lines the outer perimeter of the United Center, and then kind of got into a back and forth with police there. They were throwing objects at police. They were throwing water, liquid on police, and then the riot police came in. Back here on the ground of the park, you can see a line of riot police behind me. That's because some of the protesters that marched back here, that are remaining here in the park, tried to set up basically a tent encampment over here until the police came in and told them to knock it down. Very reminiscent of, as you may recall, the Occupy Wall Street protest that started at Zuccotti Park in Lower Manhattan back in, I believe it was 2011. I was there covering that protest, and much the same. You had an overall kind of focus. This time around, the focus by the coalition to march on the DNC is it's a lot of anti-Israel demonstrators calling for a ceasefire now, calling for an end to the war in Gaza. Basically, the same sentiment, David, that we've heard on college and universities campuses at these protests that have been very disruptive and been violent throughout the United States. So you have that overall focus, but then you have a lot of these subgroups that have shown up here. You have communists, you have communist organizations, socialist organizations, anarchists, you have the hardcore pro-Hamas demonstrators. You had I saw a guy earlier who was in full military fatigues with Hezbollah insignia and patches on him, like he just came from the front lines in southern Lebanon fighting Israel. And then you have the real hardcore fringe, the agitators that show up, as I've been calling them, professional activists that show up here, the Antifa elements that want to antagonize the police, that want to fight with police. And that's what we're seeing. That's what we started seeing later this afternoon, and that's what we're starting to see this evening as well. But one final point, I can tell you this, the size of the crowd today, it was several thousand, but it's definitely not the 20,000 to 100,000 estimates that we were hearing over the weekend. However, this is just, as you know, the first day of the DNC, and we're hearing that these protesters are just arriving, and this could ramp up throughout the next few days as the Chicago PD, I talked to the superintendent of the Chicago PD, and he says that they are prepared. They've been preparing for this for over the year, and they're preparing for any scenario and possibility at this point, David.
It's insane to me that at the DNC they're seeing these agitators, they're seeing these groups rise up and try to bring all this division. I mean, you got pro-Hamas, you got Antifa, you got Marxist, communist, socialist. I mean, it sounds like the perfect melting pot for the DNC. That's where they should be at. And we're also hearing some other disturbing things that are taking place out there. I hear Planned Parenthood actually has a bus or a truck or something that's driving around offering free abortions. Have you seen this bus?
Something about that. I saw that. I haven't heard. I haven't seen it directly. I've heard basically what you've heard as well, but I haven't seen it on the ground here. And one point, actually, I should mention this, and we got to be careful. I'm kind of watching around me. We got surrounded earlier. I actually got spotted by some of the protesters, and a guy with a megaphone came up and started shouting at us. I'm not going to tell you on air what he was saying. You can figure it out. But he knew who I was. He knew, the company, the network I work with, and we had to leave. I mean, even the Coalition to March on the DNC, the protest safety people that are on the ground came over and said, it's too dangerous, you got to go. So we had to pull back. We saw those same guys then geared up with flak jackets, with helmets, with with gas masks, and they were involved with some of the volatility that was happening, by the United Center, David.
It's pretty insane to me that this is the kind of eruption and chaos and just uncivility that we're seeing outside the DNC. I don't remember seeing any of this outside of the RNC. There was no businesses boarded up. I know we've seen pictures that businesses were boarding up in anticipation for this week. Have you seen that? And what other craziness have you seen that you could share with us tonight?
I'm just watching because I guess another line of police moved up here. So one thing I saw in the downtown area, I saw pallets of bricks, pallets of bricks, basically, that were then quickly removed. And that was something that a lot of us were talking about and started making some headlines. Pictures started being taken. So that was, from what I hear from my sources on the ground and from what I'm getting from some of our security team, that was something that these fringe, the agitators that I'm talking about, were putting in place in order to try to carry this out downtown. We haven't seen, there was a protest in the downtown area yesterday that basically was subdued. We haven't seen anything else at this point, but again, and hopefully that remains the case, but again, it's just the first day and the first night of the DNC, and we're hearing that, this is likely to continue throughout the week.
Yeah, I'm sure they're just gearing up. They're just planning. There's probably going to be more buses show up in the next day or two. You make sure that you stay safe out there. That's always the first priority. And it's just, again, it's very telling that side, the Democrat National Convention, and all the people that are there, they're not Republicans. It's not MAGA crowd out there that's that's ramping up against you or cussing in your face. It's that side, and hopefully the American people see that. Final thoughts, brother, before we let you go?
Yeah, there's like I said, there's a lot of these fringe groups and subgroups that are here, and those are the ones that we see a lot of the volatility from. I did speak with the spokesperson for the Coalition to March on the DNC, and we had a good discussion, and he was expressing his views, and I was expressing mine and telling him I fundamentally disagree with you, but at least we could do that. But others here, David, they don't want to hear your views, and they're not only targeting, as we've seen the police, but they also have targeted the media, and we're starting to see that. I experienced that firsthand. It's not my first rodeo. I've been through that before, but back during the Occupy Wall Street days, I went through that before. I've been through riots. I've been through protests. So, we'll see where this goes, but it's definitely some of those more radical extremist groups that create the chaos, and they are definitely on the ground at this point here.
All right, John, Huddy, thank you, brother, and make sure that you stay safe. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Stay with us, friends. The Silver Lining is next.
Heart disease is the biggest killer disease in America, and this doesn't surprise me. We are addicted to starches, sugars, fatty meats, and salt. People who live in countries with little heart disease eat very differently. One way some people stay heart healthy is by following what is known as the caveman or Stonehenge diet, so named because of its similarity to the way our prehistoric ancestors ate. People who follow this type of diet live off local fruits, and root vegetables and get their protein mostly from fish and wild game they shoot themselves. Now, since most of us don't hunt or fish for all our protein, here are some simple tips on how you can start to eat like a caveman, modern day style. First, fill up on fruits and vegetables. Eat them first and you'll be less hungry. Feast on fish, which is rich in nutrients but not in calories. Choose fatty fish like mackerel, herring, sardines, and salmon, which are rich in heart-healthy omega-3 fatty acids. Get out and go for a walk. Remember, our ancestors were hunters and gatherers, so they didn't spend their time sitting in front of a TV or computer all day. If you live more like a caveman or a cave woman, your heart will love you for it. I'm Dr. Chauncey Crandall, and thank you for watching this Heart Health Minute. Remember, it's never too late to prevent or reverse heart disease. Right now, I invite you to discover your own risk for heart disease or even a heart attack by taking my quick, free online quiz at www.simplehearttest.com.
You love animals? Then you need to visit cuddly.com. Howdy, it's your liberty-loving Latino, Chris Salcedo, and I love animals too, and I'm here to tell you about cuddly.com. Cuddly's partnered with thousands of shelters and rescues across the country to give you and I a chance to make a real difference. Like for Diamond here. Diamond was a victim of terrible abuse. She was found severely wounded with a fractured skull. And then there's Murphy. At just months old, she was doused in oil and was so badly damaged she couldn't see or hear. Thanks to donors at cuddly.com, Diamond, Murphy, and countless other animals were able to get the care they so desperately needed. But to continue to save lives, Cuddly needs your generous support. Your donations make a big impact. And when you do, you'll receive updates on all the animals you've helped. Let's show them what hardworking Americans can do. Visit cuddly.com and donate now.
Your small tax-deductible donations can give our furry friends a second chance. Donate at cuddly.com now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr., and it is time for the silver lining. I love to end every single show with something positive. A lot of times it has to do with my faith, and that's exactly what tonight's going to be. Friends, as chaotic as it is, I just feel this. I want to share this. This is what I feel. This is what I personally believe. This is where my faith sets and rests. While things are chaotic right now, things seem to be shifting in places and moving all around. And, you know, obviously this new presidential race for a new president is huge. I just truly believe that in the shifting, things are shifting into place. And sometimes it looks like things are falling out of whack. I think sometimes it's those things that are actually falling out of where they should have been at the beginning. I think God is restructuring things. I know I've seen it in my own life. I think that's exactly what's happening in our country right now. So I just want to remind you to don't choose fear. Don't side with fear. Just choose to have faith in God and His plan. I think we're going to look back at 2024 when we get to January and say, you know what? God knew exactly what He was doing. And instead of worrying and operating out of anxiety and fear, we shouldn't speak things that align with anxiety and fear. We should speak things that align with our faith in God. He knows what He's doing. He loves this country, and there's too many believers in this country, I believe, for Him to allow us to go the way of communism. So, friends, that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you so much for watching The Pulse on N2 and making us the #1 rated show. Please keep telling your friends about us. Tune in tomorrow night for a brand new episode and every weeknight for the rest of your natural life. Good night, America. God bless you.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour.
evening, Patriots. Welcome to our live special coverage of Night 1 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I'm Ed Henry. You can join me every weeknight at 6 p.m. Eastern for the briefing right here on N2. Live look right there. That's the Commerce Secretary under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who just finished her speech. We think Governor Hochul of New York will be coming up soon. We'll be dipping in and out over the next 3 hours. Democrats tonight trying to pass the torch to their new nominee, Vice President Kamala Harris, who has enjoyed about a 4-week honeymoon with the mainstream media, but that may be coming to a close as her far-left policies come into sharper focus. CNN's David Axelrod, one-time guru for then-President Barack Obama, said earlier tonight, if the election were held today, former President Donald Trump very well could win. Of course, the election is not tonight, so both sides have 77 days exactly to make their case. Someone who will be moving off the stage after a primetime address tonight that we will cover shortly is Joe Biden. He will be introduced by his daughter, Ashley, who you may have read about a bit in the news in recent months after there are speeches earlier by Jill Biden, Hillary Clinton, AOC, even Steve Kerr, the coach of the NBA's Golden State Warriors. More than anything, we're gearing up for a split-screen convention. Inside the arena, Democrats will be pontificating about how they're saving democracy as they officially nominate Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee, mind you, after not receiving a single primary vote from a single actual American. Sounds like a coronation more than a democracy, as you see Governor Hochul of New York there hitting the stage. That split screen I'm talking about is that this is not just about what's happening inside the arena, the United Center in Chicago. It's also what's happening outside the arena. Some protests that have gotten a little violent. It's still a little early in the evening, only night 1, but it's earlier this evening, they actually breached the protective fence that was set up to keep the protesters, many pro-Hamas protesters, away from the secure area. There are these pro-Hamas protesters that I mentioned. They have an interesting approach, you might say, to saving democracy. Thousands of anti-Israel protesters descending on the streets of Chicago today expect to continue protesting throughout the night, throughout the next 4 nights. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, we received a statement from the DNC's Public Safety Joint Information Center. It's a consortium of federal agencies, and they confirmed what we told you at the top of the briefing at 6 p.m. Eastern. Demonstrators did breach a portion of the anti-scale fencing along the Democratic National Convention's outer perimeter near the United Center. Law enforcement personnel immediately jumped on the scene and contained the situation, they say. You can see online there were some arrests. Officials say at no point was the inner perimeter breached, so there was no threat, they claim, to any protectees like the vice president and the president, who we anticipate we may see both of them in the building tonight. We haven't seen Kamala Harris yet, but just as we saw Donald Trump on night 1 of the Republican convention, we may see her tonight. I'll be joined by my colleague N2 host David Harris Jr. shortly to dip in and out of some of the big speeches coming from AOC and Hillary Clinton, among others. I can't wait to hear David react to AOC. You won't want to miss that. But first, let's go live to the scene. Our senior correspondent, John Huddy, has been outside the United Center where a lot of the action has been monitoring these protests. John, good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening to you. And it's really calmed down at this point. We're back in Union Park, which is where the day began early this morning. This is where the coalition to march on the DNC started, and this was really the start of the protest here. Before then, the several thousand protesters marched west along Washington Avenue to another park called Park 578, about a half mile, which is several hundred yards basically from the United Center. It's right there on the outer perimeter, security perimeter of the United Center, and that's where things got heated up. That's where some of the protesters tried to basically knock down the unclimbable and unscalable fencing that have been put up around the United Center. They took out a portion of that fencing. They were throwing objects at police. We saw some of the protesters going into a bag, bringing out liquid, putting on gloves, putting on gas masks as well. That's when the riot police then in that park were brought in, and and they essentially cleared the park. Some of the protesters came back here. They put up some tents, actually, where I'm standing here. Before then, JT, follow me. Before then, the Chicago PD came in again. A line of police ordered them to take the tents down, which they ultimately did once a line of riot police came in. And it was very reminiscent, actually, of the Occupy Wall Street days. In Lower Manhattan, started, as you may recall, at Zuccotti Park. I was there for all 5 weeks. It started as a protest, then the encampment started, and it continued for weeks. Well, the Chicago PD was not going to allow that to happen. They came in, told them, you have 3 warnings before then we're going to bring in the riot police. So the protesters here took down those tents. We haven't seen anything else. There's really more media at this point than there are protesters. But, one thing that I'm hearing, keep in mind, this is only day 1. We're hearing these protests are not only going to be today and Thursday as the coalition to march on the DNC plan, we're hearing they're going to be every day and in various parts of the city, possibly in downtown Chicago as well. We didn't see a huge number of protesters, certainly not 100,000 people, as some of the estimates were pegging the number at over the weekend, but there were several thousand here, and really the main focus quickly was on, obviously, a lot of anti-Israel protesters, the war in Gaza, calling for a ceasefire now, essentially the same sentiment we've seen, in these protests and demonstrations across the country. But one of the things I've also seen are all the subgroups. You have communist organizations, socialist organizations, you have anarchists here, and then you have the agitators, the instigators, the Antifa types that are here that clearly want to create the volatility, that want to antagonize the police, and then that's where we see things go awry. So at this point, it is calm for now. That could obviously change, and it's something the Chicago Police Department says it is prepared for if need be. Back to you.
All right, John, we always appreciate your solid reporting and keeping it in context. Right now, it seems calm. We want to keep it that way if we can, but we'll stay on top of it throughout the night in case that changes. John Huddy, thank you. Let's bring in now, as promised, host of The Pulse right here on N2 every weeknight, 8 p.m. Eastern, my friend David Harris Jr. First of all, David, welcome. You're an important part of the member of the team here at N2, and it's going to be great to have your commentary here throughout the week, sir.
Absolutely, Ed. Thank you so much for having me on. I enjoy the opportunity to watch these speeches, hear what the Democrats that are championing all their nonsensical rhetoric, in my opinion, most of it, have to say, and see if there's going to be anybody that actually says something interesting, or is it just going to give us more sound bites to go say what are they talking about? That's more communism, that's more socialism, and don't the people see that? Are they hearing that? So excited to be here. I know one of the things that I heard on my show that I just finished right before you started was one of the speakers was actually championing Project 2025, and that was President Donald Trump's, and that he's said he has no idea what it is. He came out and he said it has nothing to do with me, yet they don't care. Ed, they want to just push whatever lie they can push and get as many people to follow along and get emotionally riled up over a lie that will just blindly then cast their vote for Kamala. It's the MO of the Democrat Party, and hopefully the people are waking up and going to see that.
Absolutely. Well, I want to get to the split screen and talk about the protests outside, the far left policies inside. But let's start with Project 2025, because before we came to air, that speech you're talking about, my producer Brittany was saying that the woman who was a state senator from Michigan, I think, and saying Donald Trump's going to do all these awful things. And among the other, one of many things about Project 2025, she claimed, David, this Democrat claimed that Donald Trump, under Project 2025, would, quote unquote, weaponize his Justice Department against his political enemies. How stupid do they think we are? That is what Biden and Harris, obviously, have already done.
Yeah, it's exactly what Biden and Harris have done. They've already weaponized the DOJ. I mean, we all can remember all the headlines of the teachers and parents and people that were going to the school board meetings that were just trying to champion their kids were being labeled as domestic terrorists by the DOJ, and they're going to be investigating them. It's right out of the Communist Manifesto. Blame the other guys for what you yourself are doing. That's what they do. And if you lie enough and you lie over and over again, eventually somebody's going to believe it, and that is exactly what the Democrat Party is doing, Ed.
Absolutely. And by the way, just for context for our viewers, this shot here in Chicago, you remember how tightly run, David, the Republican National Convention was in Milwaukee, and we covered every minute of that. And, you know, people were coming up to the podium on time and on schedule. The schedule for this, we got just a few hours ago. They were changing, and we're now hearing about new people coming in. And now the podium is empty. Here's the time, just after 9 p.m. Eastern, where they could be spewing whatever it is, talking points they want to do, but they don't seem to have their act together. And it reminds me, David, of Kamala Harris as vice president being out there, and Donald Trump has talked about this, saying, hire me as president and I'll fix all these problems I'm talking about, as if she can't do anything about it today. They've created a lot of this mess.
Yeah, they've not only created it,
but
they're making Americans sift through it.
Pardon me real quick, David, I apologize. Kamala Harris, the vice president, is surprising us and just came out. Let's listen in and see if she says anything. I'm sorry to interrupt. Let's listen.
To be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. Optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
All right. So there is the Democrat nominee for President of the United States, Kamala Harris, the current vice president. I have to say, David, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that was a shocker. We had gotten off the record guidance that she was going to be in the building, as Donald Trump was on the first couple nights of the convention. But I have to tell you, having covered this for a long time, hey, it's her show. She can do what she wants. But I'm very surprised she decided to come out, go to the stage and speak. All nominees, Democrat, Republican, they like to build this thing up until Thursday night when they finally talk and not let the cat out of the bag now. Your reaction to her going up there?
I think she was trying to save face from something. I mean, there's got to be chaos mounting behind the scenes, and they don't know what's going on. They don't know who's coming up. Just Kamala's. I think it speaks to how she's going to try to lead the country if she was to become president. Just try to go out and do something on the spur of the cuff and just make something happen and hope that your face and your voice is going to make everybody happy and make it all work. No plan, no action, no follow through. Something that's just completely outside. It's like, was she on the schedule? No, she wasn't on the schedule. She's just popping out to say hi and say thank you, Joe. And I know one thing else. I'd like to add this. One thing that I don't think that anybody is going to hear at the Democrat National Convention this week are chants of the crowd saying USA. I don't think we're going to hear that. We can watch and wait, and you can tell me later, but I don't think we're going to hear that.
Yeah, right. We shall see. Interesting. This is one of the actors from Scandal, the TV show. Next on the program, as I was talking about some of the chaos, was listed anyway, Sean Fain, the president of the United Automobile Workers. Remember, Donald Trump made a big deal at his convention about having the Teamsters president invited there. He did not offer an official endorsement to either candidate. At that time, it would be Joe Biden, now Kamala Harris. But real quick, we're going to get to James Rosen inside the arena in just a second. But David, your thoughts about Donald Trump and what he's doing to counter-program this convention. Today, he was talking about the economy in Pennsylvania just a couple days after being there in that critical state for a rally. He's taken a lot of heat, a lot of pressure from fellow Republicans, get back on the issues like the economy. How do you think he's doing with that?
You know, I think you got to let Trump be Trump. I think that he speaks his mind, he speaks from the heart, and normally he says the right thing. I mean, sometimes he can speak a little bit, maybe get a little ahead of himself, but I think overall, at least we know where he stands. He's not some polished politician that's just trying to win over the crowd and win over the voters and win over the listeners by saying exactly what we think we want to hear. He's going to tell us what he thinks. He's a real guy, you know, and he's a New York billionaire that understands business, understands how to make business work, how to make it grow, how to make it thrive. He understands how to keep our country safe. He was building the wall. He was championing building the wall. He will finish doing that. The Democrats want to give amnesty. I mean, this bill that they just brought out, their party platform, they want to give pretty much amnesty to every single illegal that's come across the border, including drug traffickers, cartel, and anybody else, any murderous illegal that just got in here with ill intent. So President Donald Trump, he knows how to bring safety, security, and I believe prosperity back to the nation. I think when he sticks on those points, overall, that's what's going to resonate. But again, you got to let Trump be Trump.
There you go. There was a book by that name, and it did quite well. And the mantra worked out pretty well in 2016 as well. David, please stand by. We've got AOC and Hillary Clinton and others speaking shortly, and we'd like to get your live reaction to that. In the meantime, I'd like to bring in my friend, as I mentioned, our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who's there inside the arena. And James, we just went there live. It was unexpected. We've covered a lot of these. Usually the nominee of the party, whether it's Democrat or Republican, likes to let it all build. They might be in the arena, but they like to take a back seat. Kamala Harris having a different approach tonight.
Yeah, I think this has become something of a vogue in recent cycles, Ed, where maybe the thought is that the American people or the attendees of these conventions have too short an attention span to wait 3 to 4 days or 4 nights for the nominee to materialize. And I think we've seen in other recent conventions where now they're starting to take little appearances on the first night, maybe on all 3 or 4 of the nights, but no longer is the crowd made to wait the entirety of the convention to see the nominee. It's unclear to me what purpose it served to have Vice President Harris come out at that moment. At first, I thought perhaps she's going to be introducing President Biden, but as you were pointing out, we still have a few other speakers on the roster ahead of the incumbent president, such as former First Lady and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, AOC, whom you mentioned. So I guess it was just considered a kind of, I don't know what you would call it. It's not a palate cleanser, maybe just a little advanced taste of the nominee for this raucous crowd here in the United Center, Ed.
For the Bulls and just coached Team USA in the Olympics, is now speaking. Let's go to him live. Steve Kerr, the basketball coach.
Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days, and I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you.
All right, so Steve Kerr, we certainly salute Team USA and his coaching there, although we got a lot of criticism, I would add. Did not play Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics a lot, and he got a lot of heat for that. It seemed like a dumb move, but that will be a debate for another day. In the meantime, Steve Kerr apparently endorsing Kamala Harris tonight. We'll take a quick break, and then we've got some of the best in the business. Bianca de la Garza and John Bachman will join us live from Chicago. Don't go anywhere. Got a lot more of our special coverage right after this.
Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans relieve one burden: health insurance. American Medical Plans specializes in under 65 health insurance plans that have zero copays and no deductibles. You choose your doctors and hospitals. These plans have nothing to do with your income and are 30 to 60% less than Obamacare. If you're paying too much for your own health insurance, call American Medical Plans. You deserve better. They will customize a plan managed by you, not the government.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back to our special coverage of The Democratic National Convention 2024, there's Steve Kerr, the head basketball coach of the Golden State Warriors, out there in liberal San Francisco, I might add. Maybe that's why he's a Kamala Harris fan. He's also been very outspoken in support of gun control, among other issues. Used to play in the United Center, where they are in Chicago, for the Chicago Bulls when they were winning titles with Michael Jordan. In the meantime, we're going to go from Rosen to royalty, as in N2 royalty, to be specific. The host of John Bachman Now, John Bachman, and the host of Newswire right here on N2, Bianca de la Garza. It's so great to have the team all together. Welcome back, first of all. Good evening.
Yes. Great to see you, Ed.
Hi, Ed. Great to have you here.
Bianca,
we are so excited. That's a very glowing intro.
There you
Yes,
go.
very
Well, you
nice.
are royalty.
Yeah.
Let's start with you, Bianca. We haven't had a woman's perspective yet. We heard the great David Harris Jr. reacted to some of this. And if I interrupt you, it's only because we have AOC and Hillary Clinton and others coming up. But what do you think about Kamala Harris jumping in when all three of us were together in Milwaukee? Donald Trump teased out that he was in the building, but he didn't take the microphone, as I recall, until Thursday night. Your thoughts?
They probably did it because she's not going off script or off teleprompter. And so maybe it's just anytime they can get her in a controlled setting where they know the seal clap from the audience is mandatory and obligatory, they're going to go for it. Because remember when she did that 70-second speech on the tarmac, people were like, no, she's talking to reporters now. Like, oh, yeah. So I think any opportunity they have her to try to humanize her, and she talked about the beauty of the nation and seeing all these people, cringeworthy, for sure. I'm sure we'll hear some more cringeworthy moments from AOC, and also just dropping right now Hillary's excerpts.
Yes.
She's going to talk about, of course, we know Biden's going to talk about Donald Trump, but she's going to say how Donald Trump only cares about himself. Kamala has the character, experience, and the vision to lead us forward. So after 29 days since Joe Biden has been booted, now she's got the vision, and they're all behind her. The Kool-Aid is being served and cheered today in Chicago.
It is.
Somebody
And
should
John,
have told Hillary Clinton's speechwriters.
I just want to ask.
Somebody should have told Hillary Clinton's speechwriters that she's not being nominated tonight. She's talking a lot about herself in the speech, and everything she says about Kamala Harris has some sort of reference to her history. It's a very on-brand speech. And I was in the arena earlier when they were doing the walkthrough, and Hillary Clinton still plays the same walk-up song that she used to play during the 2016 campaign. I will spare everyone. I will not try to sing it. I do not know the name of the song, but if you followed her campaign at all, you've heard it. And the other. Yeah, you don't sing it either, Ed. Don't sing it either.
I'm not.
Maybe just a little, maybe like one bar.
The other thing about this, too, when Kamala Harris came out and took the microphone, I think that's another slight to Joe Biden. And I think there's several things they built into the program tonight that I don't think they're maybe necessarily intentional, but it does show the kind of disregard they have for Joe Biden. The man spent 50 years in government, and he's kind of getting pushed into the Monday night speaking slot because they don't want him to be part of this convention anymore. And Anita Dunn told CNN that this was not going to be about legacy. We'll see about that, because this speech from Hillary Clinton tonight is about her legacy, which nobody, I think, here, even Democrats, are not really interested in hearing that.
Yeah, and there were some union people not interested in what the Democrats have to say. We saw the president of the Teamsters in Milwaukee at the Republican convention. The gentleman speaking now is Sean Fain, president of the United Automobile Workers. Remember, Donald Trump has been to Detroit to give speeches and is getting some of the actual line workers for the UAW, even if the president of their union is out of step with some of the workers and endorsing Kamala Harris or Joe Biden before that. But I want to pick up on John's point, and you could obviously jump in on that point as well, Bianca. But when John was talking about Joe Biden and getting off the stage, this primetime bye-bye that he's getting tonight, it's very interesting. Some of the themes we were given from the Democrats is that Joe Biden will talk about passing the torch because of this threat to democracy from Donald Trump. But Bianca, in order to save democracy, they're telling us, they had to destroy democracy and pick somebody who didn't get any votes in the actual primaries. So the guy, Joe Biden, who got the millions of votes in the primaries and worked hard to get it, and actual real Americans voted for him, he's being shoved aside to save democracy, Bianca.
That's right. Their hypocrisy knows no bounds. And you're right, that is not democracy. It's a complete reversal. But then everything they say sort of comes through this very skewed lens. They like to call J.D. Vance weird. You know, it's the same kind of mantra we're seeing here, where it's like, we're about democracy, we're about inclusion, we're about, you know, men and women. You just saw Steve Kerr talk about the men's basketball team. They want fluid. They don't, he's like, we saw the men win the team and then the women. Yeah, we also saw a man who was a boxer punch, who is not a, you know, now claims to be a woman, wants to be a woman, punch a woman. So, I mean, nothing they say can really be taken at face value here. Even Sean Fain, as we talk about that. Remember Trump talked about what would happen, the bloodbath for the auto workers, because he cares about the workers. J.D. Vance knows what it's like to grow up dirt poor. He knows the Rust Belt. And then they have these, you know, threads here that they wanted to totally distort what Donald Trump said, you know, and that's what they are. They cannot run on policy, so they run on these sort of, well, they've been using the word vibes, but it's all just imaginary. It's all just theater. It's all just sort of an illusion for people, and they're hoping to run out the clock. And indeed, every day that goes by, with the media and the legacy side pushing for answers, indeed, they do get that. So that's why it's so pivotal, and it's critical that we're here to kind of cut through some of this, you know, theatrical stuff we'll see on the stage here tonight.
Yeah, and John, as she's asked about her economic plan, Kamala Harris has been struggling to explain it, the price controls and the rest. Go ahead.
It's true, and this is one of the things, too, where you show, there's been several instances where Kamala Harris, even though she's benefiting from this bump in the polls now, where she's shown that her campaign really wasn't quite ready to launch. I'd say issue number one with that was her selection of Tim Walz when she could have gone with Josh Shapiro. Seems like a more obvious choice. Everyone on the Republican side was way more concerned about Josh Shapiro, and you pick a guy like Tim Walz doubling down on their radical record. So there's that. The first piece of policy she rolls out for everyone were these price controls, and they were panned. And when you think this through, I don't want to get too much into the weeds on the economics of it, but she is an economics major from Howard University. She obviously, I don't know what kind of grade she got, but if you study the history of price controls, it never ends well. But here's the thing, they didn't think it through, because the most favorable press outlet for Kamala Harris, the place where they should go to get those headlines they want to promote these policies, they didn't consider the fact that the guy who owns their favorite paper also owns a grocery store, Jeff Bezos. So he's not going to get on board with these price controls. And where do you see one of the most, one of the most vicious pieces of anti-information going against what Kamala Harris is trying to push is in the Washington Post. They just excoriated her for this policy. And the other thing, too, she announced this new plan to give everyone $25,000 so they can buy a house. That is only going to add to inflation. And then she's talking about raising the corporate tax rate, and that has already been panned by the Tax Federation.
And this is what they're resorting to. Look at Sean Fain's shirt right now. Trump is a scab.
That's his
They
t-shirt.
have to name call. They have to use scab. They have to use felon. That's what they have to do. Donald Trump has built so much in New York and around other places. I mean, people who work for him would talk about a titan and worked with unions 100%. So they have to use this sort of facade of name calling and hoping people don't go beyond a headline, that they're just so busy, well, I don't know, trying to afford groceries and gas that they won't read beyond the headline.
You're right. Now, I know you both have to get back to reporting, but I just wanted John to know, this is my fight song.
Come on, come on.
Isn't that the Hillary song?
Karaoke on them too.
It's not
going to hurt you.
That's not the one. That was her fight song, but she has another one.
Another one. All right.
Starts.
You guys got to get back to work.
Wait. What color is the pantsuit? I want to know what color is the pantsuit. Can we take a little poll?
We can't wait to have you guys all week long. You're terrific, and we appreciate you being here, part of the team. We'll get back to it in a little bit. In the meantime, you see that ridiculous T-shirt worn by the President of the United Auto Workers, a wonderful T-shirt that he wears so well, David Harris Jr., with his jacket. What a ridiculous idea, David, that this union president is up there saying Trump is a scab.
Yeah, you know, it's where it's all they can say, right? They can't talk about Trump's policies. They can't talk about Trump's time as president of the United States when our economy was booming prior to COVID. They can't talk about him championing the border. They can't talk about anything other than Orange Man bad. All they can do is try to rile up their base and their voters emotionally with baseless, unfounded, just junior high school type, drama to get their base to just scream and shout, mindlessly in favor of Kamala. It really is it's a clown show that's just unfolding the further that it goes. And I'm also very appreciative to see which actors and which celebrities or athletes or coaches are putting themselves out there for Kamala. I called out The Rock when he came out for Joe Biden. I called out Steph Curry when he came out for Joe Biden. I called out pretty much, especially the black celebrities or athletes, but really anybody, because when they come out in favor of I believe that Joe is bad for the country and leaning more towards socialism than anybody else, but Kamala, she's an open communist. Her dad was a Marxist professor, and that's who raised her. So these people are literally championing everything that is anti-America, and at least we get to know who they are, so we don't have to support or watch anything that they produce.
Well, and David, to your point, I see people on CNN got their panties in a wad saying, oh my God, Trump is calling Kamala a communist, as you just said. Where did he ever get that from? Meanwhile, this union boss is out there calling Trump all kinds of names. And it should be pointed out, the Washington Post, not Donald Trump, started this. The Washington Post, as you know, last week heard about price controls, and the liberal Washington Post, David, said, if you're a communist, that was the title of the column, maybe you shouldn't push price controls, which has been featured in communist nations. It's the policies, as you said.
Yeah, and communist isn't a bad slur. It's not a name just to make something up, like a verb or adjective, calling somebody a scab or something else. It's a definition of a word, and the word in and of itself is anti-America, it's anti-capitalism, it's anti-open free market capitalization in a free society, and it does then bring with it all of the other emotions that come with understanding what communists have done, and they're responsible for 100 million deaths in the last 100 years by itself. It's just, at least we have facts. We can talk facts. We can talk policy. And when Kamala and her supporters want to talk policy, they're talking communist. So,
yeah, absolutely. I want to welcome in a couple more people real quick, because speaking of communists, we think AOC may be coming up in a couple minutes, David, if you catch my drift. Daniel Littman is going to join the conversation. Oh, there she is. Hang on a second. So we'll get to Daniel in a minute. David, I want you to stand by because I want your reaction to what AOC has to say at the podium. Let's go there.
Sounds good, brother.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I'm here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people. All people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
fiery speech as promised from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Congresswoman. Joining me again is David Harris Jr. and adding, dealt into the conversation, our friend Hogan Gidley, former Principal Deputy Press Secretary inside the Trump White House. David, to you first, as I promised. She leaned into being a bartender, although I was confused because at the beginning she
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
President Kennedy's bold pledge.
I believe that
underneath President Trump, the economy was booming. The current economy is slacking. People feel it in their 401ks because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. He's the one that said no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. He's the one that wants to secure our border, yet she just wanted to continue to try to talk about he'd sell the country out for $1. It just came out, I think the House Oversight Committee today said that Joe Biden actually is the one that took $27 million from foreigners that should be treasonous and every reason to impeach him. So she's shouting, she's chanting, she's doing all the rah-rah stuff, but there's no substance. There's absolutely zero substance other than Orange Man bad, and Kamala apparently is going to do all the things that her and Joe didn't do the last 3.5 years, but give her a shot, she'll do it the next time around.
Yeah, Hogan, let's try to sneak you in here before we expect Hillary Clinton any moment. Looks like they have a video up there at the podium. I almost thought as I was watching it that the Trump campaign should cut some of that AOC speech and run it as an ad. Some of it was so wacky, and her call to arms for getting a Democrat Congress with a Democrat president might actually motivate Republican voters.
Yeah, so disconnected. This Democrat Party is so out there right now. And anytime you try to pin them down on issues like the economy or the border and crime, they say, oh, no, let's have a fight about the issues. Let me tell you about climate change, which ranks 30th in most people's list. Or let's talk about abortion, which may be top 5 at the most. And they're out of step with most Americans because 90% of this country does not believe you should have an abortion anytime, anywhere up until the moment of birth and have the taxpayer pay for it, which is the Democrat position. So they're out of step on all of the issues right now. And someone like AOC is a horrible representative for the left because she is so angry and yelling. And as David said, that affect, she just changes on a dime and tries to pretend as though she's got this weird slang to her voice. The cadence is all hyped up like she's some ridiculous orator. It's a real problem because it still comes back to the issues at the end of the day. And David's right. Trump improved people's lives. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden hurt people's lives. That's the difference here, and that's what's going to change. As soon as this convention and this show is over and they're talking about Orange Man bad, they're going to have to deal with the issues at hand that the American people are facing, that they themselves put in place, that they are responsible for hurting not just our present, but our futures as well.
Hogan, one more for you, something I asked David earlier, but now that we have you as a former aide to the 45th president, the counter-programming that Donald Trump is trying to do this week. Today it was the economy in Pennsylvania. Tomorrow it'll be crime in Michigan. There's been a lot of bedwetting, and we might see Clinton in a second. So real quick, how's he doing with sticking to the issues, do you think?
Really well, and I think the last couple of days prove it. Focusing on the issues that matter to the American people. Donald Trump does that in his speeches. If he says one thing about Kamala Harris and her personality, that's the only thing the left jumps on. But the fact of the matter is, Trump has a record of success. Kamala has a record of failure. She is more radical than Joe Biden, less likable. She picked a man in Tim Walz as a running mate who believes, just like she does, that the government should control everything. They want open borders. They want to defund the police. They want to grab your guns. They want to raise your taxes. They want to set price controls. All the crazy, radical, leftist issues. Tim Walz actually did those in Minnesota, and she wants to do them from the federal government level.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has done a great job exposing that and talking about his positive record for the American people. Keep that up. We're going to have a great November.
David, your thoughts on that? You talked a little bit about that before we got interrupted by a speaker earlier in the broadcast. Donald Trump out there stumping these battleground states. Tomorrow it's going to be Michigan. If he can break into that so-called blue wall and at least take one of those three states, of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, he wins, basically, because, Kamala Harris has to run the table on those three blue states.
Yeah, she does. And I think, again, it's just let Trump be Trump. Stick to his policy, stick to his track record. And like Hogan said, point out Kamala's track record. Underneath Joe Biden, we've had the most disastrous economic downturn in probably a generation or pretty close to it. It's something that every American feels. The border crisis, it just keeps getting worse and worse. When I was watching AOC, I was actually just browsing on my phone illegals, Americans killed at the hands of illegals. And there are so many. I mean, you just scroll and go on and on and on. You look it up, you Google it, DuckDuckGo, whatever. There's so many Americans that are gone or have been raped and are still here and now living with the trauma at the hands of people that shouldn't even have been in our country or got kicked out, came back in, whatever have you, underneath this current administration, of which Kamala is supposed to be the border czar. We have allowed the most influx of illegals and terrorists and people that are part of gangs that have no regard for our way of life, that have no regard for American safety. They just want to take whatever they can, rob, steal, or murder if somebody's in their way. And we've been dealing with that. And it was pretty interesting that AOC threw out there that if you're an immigrant that's come to this country, Kamala is for you. Again, throwing out that dog whistle to people to just keep coming to the United States. It's if Trump just keeps sticking to those points and the facts, I think enough Americans are going to be waking up to speak and then vote what matters most, and that's President Donald J. Trump presidency.
Go ahead, Hogan.
Just real quick. Every rape, every murder, every burglary, every assault committed by an illegal alien is 100% preventable. They should not be in this country. And if I hear someone on the left tell me one more time they commit crimes at a lesser rate than Americans, we have our own crazies. You don't bring in more to do more damage.
All right, gentlemen, stand by if you can. Hillary Clinton, the former Democrat nominee, former Secretary of State, former First Lady, former Senator. Here she is.
There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. Nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. My mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar? But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Starring an emotional speech from Hillary Clinton, who came up short in 2016, the Trump War Room was posting on X as she spoke the quote-unquote scoreboard. and it was a photo of the results of 2016 with the electoral vote count of Donald Trump beating her. Interesting, the crowd at one point was chanting, "Lock him up, lock him up," a reference, of course, to locking her up, as we heard chanted during Trump rallies in 2016. Very interesting, fiery speech from Hillary Clinton, who obviously has a big grudge left over from 2016. A lot more big speakers coming. We're expecting James Clyburn, Jamie Raskin, one of the fiery liberals in the House, who has said that he would work to prevent Donald Trump from being certified as the next president, even if he wins, even if he actually wins the electoral votes. Jamie Raskin wants to prevent him. Jill Biden, Ashley Biden, Joe Biden among the speakers coming. Don't go anywhere. Our live coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues after a quick break.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it. Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now, and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Vote for America 2024. The Democratic National Convention.
All right, Ed Henry here. Welcome back to our live coverage of what's happening in Chicago tonight. Democratic National Convention 2024. That's obviously James Clyburn, the longtime member of the House from South Carolina, who really saved Joe Biden's bacon in 2020. He had lost in Iowa, New Hampshire, and then in the middle of a debate in South Carolina, it was Clyburn telling him that if he promised to nominate the first ever female black Supreme Court justice, that he would essentially endorse Biden. Biden said that, promised that about the Supreme Court during the debate, and then within hours, James Clyburn was endorsing him, and he won the primary, and the rest is history. Clyburn, a pivotal figure, stuck with Biden for a while and then got behind Kamala Harris when Biden got out. Joe Biden, this is supposed to be his night. We're building to that, and there's some interesting photos and images of him practicing up at the podium. He looks, as you can see from the expression on his face, a bit lost up there. This was just a couple hours ago when he arrived in Chicago. And you think about the cover-up that was going on in the Democrat Party. James Clyburn, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and how the mainstream media has moved on from that story. We certainly haven't. What we were seeing in Joe Biden, those kinds of images, the video that we were showing, they kept telling us it was deep fakes, when in fact it was real. And ultimately the Democratic Party, after that woeful debate performance at the end of June, realized that they had a problem and they could no longer hide Joe Biden's cognitive decline. So it's interesting, a lot of commentary on X and other social media tonight, that it seems strange that the Democrat Party, knowing all of this now and admitting all of this now, is dragging this out and not having Joe Biden at 81 speak until almost 11 p.m. Eastern time. He's heading for a vacation in California, by the way, right after the speech. He will not be in the arena Thursday night when Kamala Harris, his vice president, formally accepts the nomination. In the meantime, let's dip in and hear what Congressman Clyburn has to say.
And Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
All right. He was wrapping it up. We were hoping to get a little bit more. They're going to play a video, it looks like. Jamie Raskin is supposed to be on deck, although they've been adding speakers to the script that we got a few hours ago. So they've been swapping people in, and so we'll see whether it's Jamie Raskin. I mentioned Jamie Raskin because we're going to dip in a little bit of that, even though it may be a lot of strange far-left rhetoric. It is worth hearing because he has already publicly said, Congressman Jamie Raskin, that he would fight to make sure that any election of Donald Trump in November, that if he wins, he does not want to certify that he would work in the House of Representatives to prevent Donald Trump from taking office, which sounds a little bit like an insurrection, as Democrats accused Republicans of doing. In the meantime, I think our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, is available live now. He's been in the arena reporting for us. James, what have you seen so far tonight that has stuck out? Good evening. James appears to be taking in the scene. James, good evening.
Well, good evening. Forgive me there. We're just watching some of the proceedings. Here in the United Center, they're showing a promotional film that is really an anti-Trump film right now. It's calling him a cheater and a liar and a convicted felon, someone who abuses women and so on, and making the contrast with Vice President Harris and her background as a prosecutor. We're all waiting at this point President Biden and his closing speech for this opening night of the Democratic Convention. We were told by Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, when she gaggled with reporters aboard Air Force One en route to Chicago, that the president was still fine-tuning his speech as of this afternoon, but that he is excited. At one point, Jean-Pierre was asked if the president isn't a little bit bothered by the fact that it's not going to be him receiving his party's nomination here in Chicago this week. Jean-Pierre said not at all, and that he's in great spirits. And now, let's see, who do we have taking the stage right now to huge applause?
Jamie Raskin.
Jamie Raskin, congressman from Maryland, one of the leaders of the House impeachment of President Trump back in 2019, and thereafter in the second impeachment as well. Ed?
James Rosen, thanks for setting the scene perfectly for us. Let's dip in for a moment and listen to what Jamie Raskin has to say. Thank you, James.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention.
Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality. You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked, 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women. Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
All right, so Jamie Raskin, as promised, a lot of left-wing talking points. He talks about following the law, even though his party doesn't want to talk about following immigration laws, for example. That would be one example we could talk about. There's a lot more we'll talk about tonight and all week long as our live coverage of the Democratic National Convention live from Chicago continues. Ed Henry reporting tonight with a cast of wonderful contributors all around this great country, and that will continue after a quick break.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
When Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, fell on the 30th of April, 1975, America's long conflict there may have ended, but it took decades for the nation to heal its wounds. In 1973, President Nixon orchestrated the Paris Peace Accords, bringing to an end America's involvement in the Vietnam War. America's POWs returned home and all seemed well until March of 1975, when Senator Ted Kennedy led Congress in cutting off all aid to South Vietnam. Within weeks, Communist North Vietnam reneged on the peace accords and invaded their neighbors to the south. Without U.S. support, South Vietnam fell to the communists, and throughout South Vietnam, a bloodbath ensued as hundreds of thousands of South Vietnamese who had backed the U.S. were massacred. Empowered by the events in Vietnam, communists in Laos and Cambodia soon toppled their pro-Western regimes, and Southeast Asia became a killing field with the genocide of an additional 2 million people. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Vote for America 2024. The Democratic National Convention.
All right, Ed Henry here. Welcome back to our live coverage. See some excited Democrat delegates, another lawmaker up there at the podium. We're joined now. We teed him up before we finally got him. Daniel Lippman, Washington and White House reporter for Politico. First of all, Daniel, welcome in.
Sorry, it's hard to hear you, unfortunately, Ed. With this
all right, that's all right. Why don't you just jump in with your thoughts then? Jamie Raskin was just making the case for how this is the democracy convention, the freedom convention. But it's an interesting way to frame it when at the end of the night, we're going to see Joe Biden, who actually was the one who got all the votes and went through the process and is being kicked to the curb by these very same Democrats. Your thoughts tonight?
Yeah, it's quite ironic. Life has a way of throwing these curveballs at Democrats and in politics because it could have, a normal process would have been he could have pulled out in January. He was basically the same person in January as in July when he pulled out. And so this is, I think Democrats are trying to be the party of Republicans in terms of thinking about winning and not worrying too much about some of the impediments that they have to throw there, because there's a lot of Democrats who would have liked to vote for Harris, but now they can only vote for Harris in the general election.
Yeah. Speaking of curveballs, Reuters has an interesting story that just moved in the last couple of hours. The headline is, Harris Super PAC founder says public polls are too optimistic. And this is as the Democratic National Convention begins with Kamala Harris doing a lot better than Joe Biden, who was sort of at rock bottom 28, 29 days ago. But now it's essentially a 50-50 race in a lot of the polls. And here's the lead. The founder of the main outside spending group backing Kamala Harris's presidential bid, Daniel, says their own opinion polling is less rosy, in her words, than public polls suggest, and warned that Democrats face much closer races in key states. This is Chauncey McClain, president of Future Forward, who spoke at an event at the University of Chicago today and said Democrats be careful that their private polling, Daniel, is not as rosy as some of the mainstream media polls. What do you think that's about?
Yeah, it's quite ironic because usually private polling by campaigns and super PACs, the internal polls, as we like to say in the media, they're often better than public polling because they want to leak it to the media saying, hey, we're doing a good job and we're ahead. But clearly, I think what he is voicing is concern that Democrats could get complacent, might not donate as much to Future Forward and to the Harris campaign, and could rest on their laurels and say, hey, we're doing just fine. We're going to beat Trump. And the last time that in 2016, that did not work out very well with that type of attitude.
That's right, with Hillary Clinton, who we just heard from. One more on this theme, because it struck me during the last commercial break. I was trying to see what some of the other networks are saying, and apparently on CNN a short time ago, it seemed like Van Jones, Daniel, was agreeing with this super PAC official for Kamala Harris. Van Jones said it's, quote, scary to him as a Democrat that Kamala Harris and former President Trump are tied basically in the polls, despite what Van Jones said was nonstop, quote, positive press from the mainstream media. So I kind of reframe the same question. If the mainstream media has had Kamala Harris on this honeymoon for 3 weeks or so, and to Van Jones's point, she's still in a tied race, maybe, I stress maybe, that's good news for former President Trump. That's the way Van Jones put it.
Yeah, exactly. And we were in Milwaukee, and Republicans felt like they were going to, if the election was held then, they would have easily beaten Joe Biden. And then their fortunes turned pretty quickly. And so this is, a week is a lifetime in politics. And so I think what Van Jones is expressing is that Democrats don't want to have the similar euphoria Republicans had in Milwaukee here in Chicago and say, hey, this is, we don't have to actually do the hard work of getting out the vote.
Fair point. A lot of Republicans, we were there together in Milwaukee, felt like they had the race in the bag. It's a much different race tonight than it was before, and we're 77 days out now. My producer points out that as you were talking behind this Congresswoman, it said up there on the screen a moment ago, Harris has a resume, Trump has a rap sheet. You know, they have different messages they put out there. Fair enough. The Democrats, as Hillary Clinton did a moment ago, are going to talk about the indictments and the conviction, at least in New York, which undoubtedly will be appealed. But my question is more, I find it interesting that Democrats are leaning in on the lawfare because a lot of the polling suggested that Donald Trump did quite well in the lawfare, that some of it, maybe not all of it, but some of it backfired. What do you think about Democrats tonight leaning in and saying he's a criminal, he has a rap sheet?
I think they're just looking at their voters, that these types of conventions are mostly base turnout activities. It's not about persuading independents or swing voters about their merits. And so this is about juicing Democratic turnout, and Democrats want to be reminded of this. They are outraged that Trump is a convicted criminal. But it's also interesting to see kind of the messaging here. I saw people with USA signs 20 years ago. You were in the game as a reporter. Yeah. That was more of a Republican messaging point about USA, especially during the Iraq War.
Sure, and Democrats trying to co-opt that. We were talking earlier about how they were playing a lot of country music earlier, which is usually more at Republican conventions, to your point. So maybe they're trying to co-opt some of those swing voters. Last thing for you, Daniel, before we hear from Joe Biden and Jill Biden, Ashley Biden, his daughter, will introduce him. One of the names that I wanted to highlight, and we've been dipping in and out of the speeches, is Andy Beshear. And a lot of our viewers might not have seen him, but you cover politics closely. He's the Democrat governor of Kentucky, as you know, and has won statewide twice as governor, despite the fact that it's a very red Republican state. He was talked about as a potential running mate with Kamala Harris. Obviously didn't get it, but he's somebody to watch down the road as well. And I remember, you mentioned I've been around, I'm too old now, but when Bill Clinton first spoke at a convention, it was a big deal, and he screwed up. He went on too long, and when he said, in conclusion, people started clapping, because Bill Clinton, his first time around, was nowhere near as good a politician as he is now. Andy Beshear, to me, is somebody to watch tonight.
He is. They try to highlight Democratic rising stars. Remember, in 2004, Barack Obama was an Illinois state senator from just around here, and he knocked it out of the park with his keynote address, and then 4 years later, he was president. And so Beshear, it's never good to be passed over, and Democrats may be looking for someone who is more liberal than Beshear. When you're representing Kentucky, you can't go for on Medicare for all or the Green New Deal, and so you have to be much more moderate. And so in 2028, it's going to be if Trump wins, it's going to be a very competitive primary. And if Harris wins, then someone like Andy Beshear will have to wait 8 years.
That's
which
right.
Is, he may not be an elected official anymore, and that it might be hard to stay relevant.
Last thing then, Daniel, you lead me into another question with an interesting insight there, which is, I actually thought Andy Beshear was going to be higher on the running mate list, because I thought if Kamala Harris wanted to try at least to move to the middle and take away this Donald Trump attack line that she was the most liberal senator, she could have picked someone from a red state like Beshear. She did the opposite, as you know. We're going to see a lot more of Tim Walz on Wednesday. But Tim Walz is like the polar opposite to Beshear. She doubled down on the left. He's pretty hard left on illegal immigration, health care for illegal immigrants. He was pretty liberal, on just one issue after another. You're talking about Medicare for all. What do you think was behind that? Because Kamala Harris decided to not move to the middle, but sort of double down on the left.
I think what they were thinking is that most Americans and most swing voters are not going to do a deep dive into Walz's policy record as governor and as a congressman, that they are going to take away a few keywords like coach, veteran, high school teacher, and say, hey, that guy doesn't sound like some complete crazy socialist. That's someone that I could be comfortable with, and he's going to be playing second fiddle anyway, and so most people don't vote it based on vice president.
That's
so
right.
I think they were thinking that, hey, Harris, she has to win this on her own, and he can try to help shore up some of the deficits among white men and rural voters that she definitely has.
Well, and to your point, Bill Clinton is going to be speaking before Tim Walz, and he was seen as somebody who was kind of a whisperer with white working class voters for the Democrats, elected twice himself, but also helped Barack Obama and others in House races, Senate races, and whatnot, bring in some of those white working class voters. So we'll see if that happens with Bill Clinton reaching out to Tim Walz on Wednesday night. Daniel Lippman, we certainly appreciate your insights tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. You can see they got more speakers coming up. Andy Beshear on deck, as I said, in a few moments. The Bidens will be taking center stage. That's sort of teed up by the Delaware Senator Chris Coons, who will be speaking, and then the current First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden. So we've got a whole lot more coming, culminating in the President of the United States in a little while. Quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're right here.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV. When Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, fell on the 30th of April, 1975, America's long conflict there may have ended, but it took decades for the nation to heal its wounds. In 1973, President Nixon orchestrated the Paris Peace Accords, bringing to an end America's involvement in the Vietnam War. America's POWs returned home and all seemed well until March of 1975, when Senator Ted Kennedy led Congress in cutting off all aid to South Vietnam. Within weeks, Communist North Vietnam reneged on the peace accords and invaded their neighbors to the south. Without U.S. support, South Vietnam fell to the Communists, and throughout South Vietnam, a bloodbath ensued as hundreds of thousands of South Vietnamese who had backed the U.S. were massacred. Empowered by the events in Vietnam, Communists in Laos and Cambodia soon toppled their pro-Western regimes, and Southeast Asia became a killing field, with the genocide of an additional 2 million people. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Vote for America 2024. The Democratic National Convention.
Welcome back to N2's live coverage of the Democratic National Convention, live from Chicago. Some real Americans are speaking. We want to dip in there in just a moment, but we also want to point out a lot of people commenting on X, owned, of course, now by Elon Musk, who I'm going to mention in a moment, that the schedule, as I said earlier with David Harris Jr., seems far behind. It's been a bit disorganized on day one. I see a reporter from the Washington Post saying that a lot of journalists are grumbling that the Milwaukee Republican National Convention was much better organized in terms of their credentials, getting in and out of the arena, just basic things. As the Democrats say they want to continue to run the country, even journalists are grumbling that the convention is not being well run, number one. Number two, we'll see Joe Biden, the President of the United States, was supposed to start speaking in about 10 minutes from now, and there are many speeches that are supposed to come before him. The governor of Kentucky, who I mentioned, the First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, Chris Coons, the senator from Joe Biden's home state of Delaware, his daughter, Ashley, among a whole bunch of others I have listed here. So Senator Warnock of Georgia. So Joe Biden could be speaking close to midnight at the age of 81. But I mentioned Elon Musk. Earlier today in Battleground, Pennsylvania, former President Donald Trump was asked whether Elon Musk, who's been pouring money into the effort to elect Donald Trump to a second term, whether he might serve in a cabinet post And Mr. Trump said he'd be willing to entertain that. He thought he's a very smart man. Well, Elon Musk in the last few minutes just posted kind of an image of himself in front of an American flag saying simply, "I am willing to serve." And he's standing at a podium that says Department of Government Efficiency. So remember, in their talk on X that spanned a couple of hours a week or so ago, Donald Trump and Elon Musk talked about him maybe serving in some role where he could make the federal government more efficient at a time when we're, what, $35 trillion or so, give or take $1 trillion in debt right now. So Elon Musk says, "I am willing to serve in a Trump administration." Let's bounce back to Chicago, get a flavor for what the crowd is excited about as some real Americans address the delegates.
She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now, I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others, Governor Andy Beshear.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points. This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women have their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. In the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
All right, so you saw Governor Andy Beshear, as we promised. He's supposed to be a rising star in the Democrat Party. I'm not sure his speech was that fiery, but you can see, most importantly, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, is now in a seat in the arena, just like Donald Trump was in Milwaukee, watching some of the speeches in prime time. Raphael Warnock, who we'll get to in a minute, the senator from Georgia, speaking now. Kamala Harris there with the second gentleman, I should say. He wants to be first gentleman, as well as Tim Walz and his wife. But I want to just point out, before we get to Senator Warnock, a lot of commentary now on X, including from our own Rob Schmidt at Newsmax, that these speeches are being pushed so far back late that Joe Biden now is slipping out of prime time. And this seems like almost the Democrats loaded this up so that they would not be featuring Joe Biden in prime time as promised, and something that the Bidens may be quite upset about. So we'll stand by for Joe Biden. In the meantime, here's Senator Warnock from Georgia.
Amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's Waycross, Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience.
All right. Senator Raphael Warnock there, hitting some familiar themes we've heard from some Democrats like Jamie Raskin. They want to keep going back to January 6th, talk of insurrection, even as we have a situation where not only is Joe Biden being shoved aside tonight as the Democrat nominee for Kamala Harris, even though he was the candidate, as we all know, he's now being shoved out of prime time as we get ready to cross 11 p.m. Eastern, and that is becoming quite a thing on social media right now. So let's bring back our friend, the White House and Washington reporter for Politico, Daniel Littman. And Daniel, I'm watching our own Rob Schmidt, as I mentioned a moment ago from Newsmax, talking about this, and Alex Conant, who you probably know as a longtime Republican strategist, just posted honest question. Is DNC now running so late that the Biden speech gets pushed out of prime time as a strategic move by Harris and the Dems? And maybe this is Republicans making mischief, but as an honest journalist, I think each of us could look at this and say, This is the sitting president of the United States, Daniel. They made a big deal when they announced this. Joe Biden's getting a night, and his first lady's going to talk, and his daughter Ashley's going to introduce him. They were supposed to start speaking, many, many minutes ago. And maybe it's disorganization and it's honest mistake, but they could have told Senator Warnock, hey, we love you. You could speak tomorrow night. You could speak Wednesday night. We got to get to the president. But we might not see him till almost midnight, Daniel. I'm surprised by this. Your thoughts?
Yeah, clearly the DNC speech writing and speech editing operation should maybe take a look at themselves and see, hey, were they doing a good job of cutting down speeches where every politician thinks they get a 3-minute slot and then they always extend it to 6 minutes. And so you kind of have a traffic pileup. And so there are people across the East Coast who are starting to go to bed and will not hear from the keynote speaker, President Biden, in one of the biggest speeches of his life. And so I think that Democrats, they're not banking on Biden bringing the election home. The reason we have Harris is because they didn't think he could.
Yes, and to that point, it could be speechwriters and people not leaving stuff on the cutting room floor, but they could have been more aggressive about saying, hey, you got to cut this down because we got to get to Biden. But interesting that they highlighted Hillary Clinton earlier. She was more in prime time and delivered a fiery speech for Kamala Harris, highlighting the Clintons. And remember, Bill Clinton will speak in prime time Wednesday night before the vice presidential running mate, Tim Walz. Hillary Clinton gets a better speaking slot tonight, Daniel, than Joe Biden. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
I didn't either, although Biden did become president and she didn't. So
yes.
If you're looking at who's going to get the longer Wikipedia article, then I think Joe Biden has her beat. What's also interesting about the Harris campaign is that they're not leaning into Harris being the first woman to be potentially elected president. Like Clinton did, and she talked about that a lot in her speech about those, cracks in the ceiling that she's talked about previously. And so I think that they're thinking that, hey, Americans know that she'll be the first female president. You don't need to hammer it home, focus on other issues that you could try to prosecute.
Yeah, but some of those issues former President Trump's been focused on, like the economy and the border, and Fox News polling and other polling has suggested he has a big lead over Kamala Harris. So that's going to be interesting how it plays out. But back one more question on the timing of all this. I mentioned Alex Conant because I remember covering him at the 2008 Republican National Convention in Minnesota when John McCain was a nominee. He lost big time. But you had a very unpopular president there in George W. Bush. And to be fair, not just pick on the Democrats, what Alex Conant is saying on X is that they went out of their way to not highlight George W. Bush. And I remember this because he was deeply unpopular over Iraq and the economy and the credit crisis. And I just wonder whether the Harris people, they're going to, and she's been in public saying, and tonight she got out there on the microphone and said, we love Joe Biden and thank you, Joe, and the chants and all that. But maybe they're not going to shed too many tears that Biden is not front and center tonight, Daniel.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they're going to fire any of those speech writers for these candidates. They want to highlight the future. Andy Beshear, even if he never becomes president one day, they think that he has a winning message, and those heart-rending speeches by people who, rape survivors and people talking about the importance of abortion rights, that's kind of their safe space. That helped them win big, or at least not lose as much in 2022. And so they want to lean into that, talk about freedom. And so Joe Biden, he never was very comfortable with abortion rights, talking about that publicly, since privately he's Catholic and is probably pro-life in his personal life. But as a policy matter, he doesn't even like to use the word abortion on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's gotten a lot of heat for not standing up from fellow Catholics, saying you should be standing up to your fellow Democrats on this issue. More broadly on Joe Biden, when he eventually gets to speak, you work at Politico, which is one of the publications who has been doing a lot of interesting reporting deep behind the scenes on how not just Joe, but particularly Jill Biden, who was protecting Joe for so long, and we'll hear from her in a short time before the president, how angry she is and how angry Joe Biden and other family members are at how they were treated by Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and sort of kicked to the curb. It'll be interesting to see how they phrase things and how diplomatic they are. Obviously, they want to focus on positive things like Joe Biden's legacy moving forward. But there's a lot of hurt feelings here.
There is. And Biden did not like that he was not allowed to come to this decision on his own, that he was pressured by the party, especially Nancy Pelosi. He views her as ruthless. That's the word that came up in our reporting. Thinks that Obama, he's not a huge fan of him not telling him straight to his face, hey, don't run for re-election, instead of just leaking that to the media and to whoever would talk to him. And so I think that this is a man who wanted to be president for decades and first ran several decades ago, was a very young senator from Delaware. He couldn't even take the oath of office when he was first elected. He had to wait until January with every other senator, of course, because he needed to turn 30.
That's right.
And so I think that he is going to hit a message of, let's come together as a party. I am going to pass the torch. Harris has been a great vice president. She has been a huge backer and my deputy president, basically. And hope that his legacy is not going to get hurt if Trump gets reelected in November.
That's right, because they were trying to bill this as he finally stepped aside to, quote unquote, save democracy, prevent Donald Trump from being elected. They have a lot of hard work and a lot of baseball yet to be played to see whether or not they beat Donald Trump, because as we said with you last hour, it's basically a 50-50 race right now, despite the honeymoon. Daniel Lippman, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Let's get back to the stage. I see Senator Chris Coons, a close friend of Joe Biden, the President of the United States. He's going to tee up the Biden family. Let's dip in live.
Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a few minutes about my dear friend, our President, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's mom had a saying: you are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty. 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. and they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. We love Joe. Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
All right. Chris Coons, very interesting how he was urging everyone to basically hold up those signs that said Jill in green. The First Lady is someone who, at the beginning of this drama, was quite upset with the leaks and the rest of it, as it appears they're playing some kind of a video promoting Joe Biden and his presidency. The fact that we're now 11 minutes, almost 12 minutes past 11 p.m. in the East, and we still have not seen a Biden family member, although they're seem to be getting the stage ready. The First Lady is the next one on our dance card, Jill Biden, who I was mentioning. We have not seen or heard very much from her since that big Vogue magazine cover shoot, and you can see we've got a video now that is highlighting her time as First Lady. She was fiercely protective of her husband, and initially there were some people certainly appreciative of that, of supporting a spouse. But then as his health continued to decline, the cognitive decline that we saw, there was certainly a lot of commentary about whether it was in her husband's best interest for her to be seeming to protect power by keeping him in office despite that obvious cognitive decline. Let's go to the stage. It appears like she's about to come out.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you saw Gavin Newsom there with being part of the standing ovation from the California delegation, presumably as First Lady Jill Biden praises her husband. Praise You, the song, was playing there. We expect now the President of the United States any moment now after his daughter Ashley, who's going to introduce him now. Let's watch.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday.
Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. Y'all will know me. No, I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. And America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saves? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, are being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember we told we couldn't get anything done because of the We couldn't get anything done in the Congress. But with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-lined communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service engines, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive, just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? But guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than were under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. Took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and they acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically, Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that their illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that it was the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, with my counterparts or heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people, and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increase their taxes we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart, when my days are through, America, America, I gave my best to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this in the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Wow. There's Joe Biden. He says, quoting a lyric, "America, I gave my best to you," on the same day that House Republicans issued a report saying various foreign nations gave $27 million to Joe Biden and his family. It's an interesting way to see him go after his long time in Washington as a senator, then vice president and president. David Axelrod, another Democratic operative, saying this was a speech that appears to be the one he would have delivered Thursday as the nominee, because remember, he got the votes and was supposed to be the nominee, but got pushed aside by his own party as his family comes up, and there's Kamala Harris as well greeting him. So there is the Biden-Harris team that she is trying to run from. Remember, Joe Biden, after the speech, is heading out of Chicago, not going even to Washington, going to California on vacation. Real quick recap as we watch the family come out. We didn't see Hunter Biden. We saw his daughter, Ashley Biden, introduce him. There are photos, and there he is. There are photos showing that Hunter Biden was backstage as his dad was introduced, staying off the stage, but now there with the rest of the family. Remember, in just days from now, Hunter Biden is facing his second criminal trial, this time in California, on tax evasion charges. A speech marked by Joe Biden yelling repeatedly, seemed very angry about being pushed aside, like a lot of this was pent up anger, and it really seemed like he missed a chance to go out gracefully and positively, very angry, talking about all these freedoms that he says the Democrat ticket will protect, like the freedom to vote on a night when the Democrats kick off a convention where the votes of millions and millions of Democrats across the country did not matter because they did not protect the freedom to vote. Instead, party leaders essentially picked Kamala Harris. By the way, he also repeatedly called the Republican nominee, former President Donald Trump, a liar, and then he himself kept lying, particularly at one point saying that there are now fewer border crossings at our southern border now than there were under Donald Trump, that somehow the border was more in crisis under Donald Trump, when by no objective measure is that true. And then the kicker is that he repeatedly talked about Charlottesville again, which has been debunked. This claim that Donald Trump said that there are good people on all sides, both sides. And Megyn Kelly posting on X, he's actually retelling this very fine people on both sides lie again. This as he lectures us that honesty still matters. Good reminder of who Joe Biden is. So that's from Megyn Kelly tonight. The Charlottesville lie repeated in this speech as Joe Biden waves to the Democrat delegates, blows them a kiss. One other note, I noticed during his speech that on Truth Social, former President Trump posted that tonight, as the first night of the Democrat convention kicked off, Kamala Harris's campaign notified the Trump campaign that they are officially saying no to a first debate on Fox News on September 4th. That pushes it to what has already been agreed upon, which is a later in September debate on ABC News. But remember, the Trump camp was pushing for at least 3 debates, including a first one on Fox. According to Donald Trump, that was officially knocked down tonight by Kamala Harris. So interesting, as she kicks off her convention after 3 weeks of not doing interviews, not talking to any journalist, she's now not agreeing to a debate in what she might perceive to be less friendly territory. So it was a remarkable first night. It dragged on and on. We'll see if the schedule is tighter tomorrow night. We will be here tomorrow on N2 at 6 p.m. Eastern for the briefing, where we will set the stage for night number 2, where we're expecting former President Barack Obama. And they will be ending with a prayer here, the briefing tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then our live coverage of the big speeches and the convention, 9 p.m. Eastern, our special from 9 to midnight or a little bit later if they can't get their act together. We'll see you tomorrow night. Thanks for watching.
2024. The Democratic National Convention.
Do that. Yes, we can do that. It's the question is, do you have the will to do it? I have the will to do it.
I bet she does. Let's all get ready for socialism and communism. Is that the theme of this DNC?
I'll just say this, it's always in the eyes. That's one of those clips I talk about, Kamala's crazy eyes, when she gets her eyes real big. That I think is concerning. Once that clip starts to circulate, Rick, if enough people care to watch it, that's the type of thing that's